Hello and welcome. I am doing a video on Star Trek Online with a new character. I've already got over 40 characters. I know it's a lot, but I'm doing another video. This one's going to be where the character I use now is strictly a budget build character. So that means no Tier 6 C-Store ships, no event ships, even though those are free. Nothing that you do not get, like no ships you don't get outside of leveling. So essentially the tier 5 ships at level 40, which are the low end tier 5s, and the mid to low range tier 5 ships you get at level 61 for free are going to be the highest level ships I use and the only tier 5 ships I use. There will be no tier 6 ships on this character unless they add one to like leveling up or something like that, but no event ships, no gamble box ships, no C-Store ships, or some people call it the Zen Store or the Z Store. I'm going to make a Federation character for this. We're going to go with let's see. I'm not going to use Betazoid because back when I got it, it was a one that you had to pay for. I'm going to go with Alien because everybody can pick Alien. Everybody can pick just about all of these, but Alien does give you an extra trait. Let's see. I'm going to go with Science. Engineers are better for survivability. Tactics better for DPS. Science is kind of a cross between the two. It's hard to do shield tanking nowadays because the NPCs, even their base torpedoes, can just shred you through your shields, which is insane. So shield tanking is really hard to do, which is where Science really shines the most. But they can potentially do pretty close to the damage Tactical can, just because of Science abilities if you're in a Science ship. I don't know if we're going to run with the Science ship when we get to level 61. We'll see how things go. We may end up in an escort or a cruiser. Okay, so let's see. The head. Kind of like that. Looks kind of business-like, unique. Coloring. That looks pretty good. Eye colors. I always try to go with the green color for the eyes. Well, that looks better. Nope. That'll do. Alright, hair color. Let's see. We'll go with the black look, although it looks kind of like black and gray. That'll be fine. Okay, body. Let's see. Standard, brawler. Nope. 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 Thoughtful. Twitchy. No. We'll go with thoughtful. He's got the Vulcan type ears. Well, actually, it's not so much Vulcan. Let's see. Let's go in here. Here we go. Let's just take all of these. Let's run all of these down all the way. Just run it all the way down, and then we'll start from there. Usually I just run like every single stat down the middle, unless I'm doing a special character, but this is a character I want to play on for a while. Oh my goodness. The head does not fit that body. Looks like one of the aliens you would see in Star Trek. Okay, so we're going to start with the neck length. Let's zoom in a little. Okay, so extreme. Alright, we'll put that about right there. Let's see what the neck bulk would do. Extreme, go down. Put it there. Torso bulk, well, and about middle. Torso length. That looks about right. Shoulder width. Basically what I'm trying to do is get everything first to match the head and then go down. And then we can go back later and make adjustments to the head if we need to. Alright, shoulder bulk, chest size. It makes it almost look like he has no arms. Alright, so shoulder bulk, chest size. Give him a little bit of beefiness to him. Alright. We'll go about right there for chest size. Then the chest depth. Rib size. Make his ribs stick out a little more. Waist size. Let's turn him to the waist. Stomach size. As you can see, I don't spend a whole lot of time on them. I'm actually going through these pretty quick. Nope. Flat stomach. Right before I got injured, I used to have a flat stomach like that. Okay, hip size. Then we'll do the hip depth. Okay, we're gonna change that stance. There we go. Now we can actually see his arms. Alright, so the length of the arms can be kind of hard to adjust because we don't have the legs done yet, but we can go ahead and start working on the other aspects and then come back and change that if we need. So the arm bulk, we don't want it to be like Hercules or something like that. We do want to give him a little bit of bulk to fit the bulkiness of his chest and his neck. Upper arms, and a little bit more definition to him with this. Let me see, we'll put that there and run this down a little. Then lower arm bulk. There we go. Don't want to give him a Popeye look either. Alright, let's see. Hand size, definitely don't want them too small. We'll give him abnormally large hands. Since he is an alien, we don't want him to look too human. Bring the hand bulk down so that it matches more of the lower arms. Bring it down a little more. That looks better. Alright. Finger length. No. About right there. Maybe a little longer on the fingers, I think. Make his fingers slightly larger. Makes it easier to hit the buttons on the consoles, right? Okay, leg length. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's definitely going to need to be adjusted. Okay, we don't want him sky high. Let's add a little bit of bulk to the legs. Now we can better adjust the length. I think that's going to fit more even. His hands are about halfway, his fingers reach about halfway down to his knees without bending over, so I think that looks more proportionate. Okay, the bulk in his legs, we can run that down a little. Oh no, I think it's best to keep it about here, because we got the bulkiness of the arms and the chest and all. Alright, let me see. Upper leg bulk, run that up a bit, make you more of a powerhouse. Lower leg bulk, I think that looks pretty good. Well, let's see. Yeah, about right there. Okay, feet size. Not quite extreme. That looks good. Feet height. That looks like stilettos, or not stilettos, but platform shoes. That looks good. And the width. Is about right there. Okay, let's go back to the head. Go to Advanced. What? Guess it's because of how tall he is now, it doesn't want to let me zoom in on the head. That makes no sense. Okay, so we'll have to try and adjust the head from a distance, which I'm really bad at because of my eyes. Okay, let's go to the ears. The Nubulin, that's what it is. Nubulin 3, wasn't it? Yep. Alright, so I kind of like those ears. Well, let's see. See what else we've got. Those actually look pretty good. They're not as elaborate. Don't have as much detail to them, but they do look good. I might stick with those. Let's see. Nope, that'll be in a place. Well, no ears at all. That would be odd. That kind of fits a bit more of what we're doing. Maybe change the color a little. If I stick with that, let's say that was pointed 3. Wow. I just gotta see what those are. Wow. He don't miss anything, does he? Okay, I like the pointed 3. Okay, let's see. It doesn't look like I can change it. Eyebrows. Let's see. Medium looks pretty good. Raised. Thin one. Trying to give him an intellectual business type look, but still be, kind of big and strong. Right, so the eyebrows should match the hair, right? Black. Eye attachments. No, we're not doing that. Right, here's attach. Ooh, wow. I've forgotten how many options there are in here. This one and this one are the ones that people use when they try to make a copy of Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, I don't think we're doing any of those. Let's see. Nope. Mouth accessories. That's what you see on a lot of Tellerites. I think that was on the Star Trek 4, the Voyage Home, I think it was. The President, I think, had that. I'm not sure. There we go. We'll do that. And it's... We'll make it black as well to match the hair. Alright, I think we've got everything there covered. Let's go to the uniform real quick. Let's see, loose jacket, tight jacket. Is there any way you do the tight jacket but without the ridiculous design on it? Though it does look like a combat jacket. Oh, that was a Jimhadar Tactical. Season 1 of the Next Gen. Season 1 Admiral, and that is Next Generation Scant. Okay. That's the Next Generation film. Emancipator. That actually looks pretty good. So the only tight one that you can get is something like that. Okay. Go with the Emancipator. This will make it a... Can we do white? White doesn't look that good here. Let's see. It's only a light blue. I think that might fit a little better. Might be wrong. Okay, hands are bare. Nope, no attachments. No attachments. Badge. Bow tie, okay. Alright, we will make the bow tie blue color, the shirt. Yeah. There we go, that'll do for now. It's not the best, but it'll work. Alright, let me see, arm. That'll work. That'll work. Chest gear. That'll work. Okay. It'd be nice to come through into a space cowboy look one day. Okay. Nope. Although that would be... I think that jacket might work for somebody wanting to do a Scottish look. I'll do pants loose. Kind of like the shoes Starfleet Academy look. Section 31 looks nice. Section 31 or I'm going to go with the Section 31 boots. Okay, lower loose on this. Yeah, that looks too silky look. That'll do. Alright, belt. That's gonna clip through that jacket. Okay, that does not look good. Dude, I am telling you, you can do a space cowboy if you want to using that jacket. But, okay, we're not going to do it though. Alright, so we're going to go with this for now. Okay, enter a name. True budget builder. Mr. Budget. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, we're going to skip the tutorial. So I've done this tutorial every single time on pretty much every single character. Excuse me. Okay, if you don't know how to play the game, I would suggest going through the tutorial. It teaches you the basics of movements and a few other things. If you skip the tutorial, it's not really going to affect your gameplay. You'll miss some of the episodes to the tutorial. But if you know how to play the game or you don't care about seeing how to play it, then it's not really an issue. Okay, so we're going to load my keybinds. Now these are the keybinds I was using before. Let's see. I don't like stuff being up in the middle of my view, popping up there, because to me it gets in the way. So I'm moving a few things around here. PvP can be hidden. I don't do PvP in this game because it's broken. Endeavor tracker, I hide it because I really don't care about focusing on endeavors. Some people do, I just don't. Low priority interactions, many notifications. What this up here. This is my status. Whoop. This is my status, which is the status of my actual character. Boost are boosters you can get that help with, like gives you extra XP and things like that. Red alert notification, come on. Okay, so the compass tells you which direction you're facing. Target info is the target that you are targeting. Target of target is who your target is targeting. And focus, you can focus so that you keep a focus on a particular character or something in the game while you're looking somewhere else, and you can see how it's doing. Notifications, just throw those up in the corner. Fancy notifications, throw them up in the corner. Don't really care about them. My compass sits just above my, or just below the target info. Leave a gap here is my suggestion, because sometimes it pops up stats, like little cards that show the stats of the target you've targeted. Let's see, for the tray. That's right, I have to do that from in here. 3 rows. Eventually I'm going to end up using the 3 rows. Oops, hit the wrong one. Okay, so I use a controller. This is my left stick, or left trigger, right trigger, and this is the left shoulder button and the A button. Now, if you use a controller on PC, you can program over 40 different combinations, button combinations. So you can have over 40 skills, each individual one set to a controller. If you do that though, you have to memorize every single one. If you're chasing DPS for space or ground, it's somewhat beneficial to do that, but most people use macros. For the most part, I use macros, or I use my number pad. Over here, I have my number pad, so I can have up to 10 skills put right here. The reason I do that is the number pad is very easy to find, very easy to access. I have to be in a reclined position, which is why I don't use keyboard and mouse much. Plus, I can use the number pad easily without taking either hand off of my controller, which is also very, very beneficial. Okay, so this is our chat box. We're going to go through and we're going to cut off stuff we don't need. Toy local match, minigame, mission, officer, rewards minor, system, team up. Okay, so what this is, if you join a fleet, you can see the Armada, the base Armada channel here. This is for the fleet that you're in, the base fleet channel, and any friends that you have. If you're in a team where you team up with other people or somebody PMs you, that's what these are. These are all the channels that are player-made channels or custom channels. I'm just going through. I was in some of the higher DPS channels, but it's been a long time since I've chased DPS, so I've actually fallen out of those. Okay, so clean chat, that's one of mine. Alright, AFC Armada is the Armada I'm in. It's one of the largest armadas in the game. You have to be in a fleet though that is in the Armada to join that Armada. Okay, let's see. Chat options in here. The way I'm accessing this, in case you're wondering, come up to one of these tabs up top. Just right click on it and then come down here, click chat options. You can show dates, you can show times, you can show the channel name that it's written in. You'll see Armada. You can come in here and you can show message type. Not really sure what that one is. Show message type for each message in the chat. Like, don't know what that is. Account names, profanity filter, I leave mine on because I have some friends that are under, like under 13, come over and play the game or they watch my streams, and so that's why I do this. Show name source. Not sure about that one. Alright, font size, that changes the size of the text in it. Then you got font scale. Or no, I'm sorry. Active window occupancy. This is how long it stays able to be seen, I believe. Let me see. Time until text fades out. Text fade out duration. Turn these up. That way I can see these longer, but I'm going to go ahead and minimize it. Okay. So now we're going to... Oh, I gotta get my controller. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to head to the person, the commandant. Since I skipped the tutorial, this is basically just kind of bump me up a little bit past everything that I would have gone through. Where is it? There it is. All right. Okay. Let's see. Got to adjust this. This is my inventory. Now, if you're starting on a new account, I'll go ahead and let you know you're not going to have as many inventory spaces as I get throughout playing. You're also going to have a level cap on this. Mine is limited to having, was it 2 billion? Yeah, but if you're free to play, you haven't unlocked this yet in the C store, you're not going to have nearly that many, or that much. These EC cap is one of the things I suggest getting. Click on the C store, go to your slots and services, and it will be in here. Mine's down at the bottom now because I've already gotten it a long time ago, years ago. But if not, it should be somewhere in here. I think it's around 500 Zen. You can get dilithium to exchange for Zen, but as you can see, the exchange rate is extremely high. It's getting closer and closer to 500. I have some Zen. That's from the 500 Zen per month stipend for having lifetime membership. That's one of the reasons why I have the cap increase for EC, and I get more inventory space. And if you look at my bridge officer slots, I get a lot more bridge officer slots later on than what free to play players do. So you're gonna see some benefits in that if you have the lifetime membership or something like that. But if you don't, and you don't have the money to spend on it, my suggestion very strongly is to get the cap increase for your EC. That is really the biggest thing. See, free starship modification. Okay, let's see here. We have now hit level, 1. We get a new ship. Unlock transwarp. Okay. And we'll see what we got here. Alright, so this is space and ground gear. What is this? Kit reward. Okay. Calls for science. Now, the class that you are, you can put any of the kits on, but your kit modules are based on what class you are, unless you have a universal kit module. Those can be put on science, engineer, or tactical. Okay, so let's go ahead and armor up a little. We will swap out phasers. If it's a green quality or higher, you have to tell it, yes, I want to do that. If it's white quality, you don't really have to worry about it. Come on, let me drag it. There we go. Okay. That's a full auto rifle. That is a split beam rifle. say that for one of our officers we'll get. We'll go ahead and throw this on. Those are for ships. Okay. So for the ship, we're going to have some energy weapons here. You start off with base ones that are pretty much junk. You can go ahead and discard those once you get better ones. These here, anything that comes on the ship, as you can see in the bottom right, has no value on it, so not really worth keeping. You can't sell them, you can't vendor them. So we got a tech console here. We went ahead and left this energy weapon on the back because we only had 2 newer ones. This is an RCS console. It helps the ship turn quicker. We're not going to use it yet because it's blue quality. It says account bound on equip. So if you look, where is it? Right here, it says it here in yellow, but it says account bound on equip. That means it's not bound to my account yet, so it can be sold. It increases your ship's turn rate, but with the blue quality, we might be able to sell that and get us more EC. Alright, deflector. Anytime you highlight one, the one on the left that has yellow word current above it is a item that you have equipped. So Starship Control Expertise increases with the one on the right. Drain Expertise increases, and Perception is for seeing cloak ships. That excuse me, that's kind of pointless in the game now. It doesn't really work that good. But your Control Expertise, if you use any control effects on enemies, it more points in this increases the effect it will have. If you get hit with any, it increases your resistance. At this level, it's not much. It's not much of anything to worry about. Control Drain, of course, is for draining other ships' energy and shields, or resistance, having it done to you. If you're fighting the Borg spheres, there is no resistance you can have to their shield drain attack. I don't know why they put something stupid like that in the game, but they did. They made it where you cannot avoid that. Alright, let's see. We can use a torpedo. It is a photon torpedo. We're going to wait. We may use that. We'll see how things go. Okay, impulse engines. Flight turn rate. The one on the right gives a slight advantage, not a huge one. Let's see what we can sell it for also. We might be able to make some money off of that. We're holding on to this one because we might be able to give it to one of our NPCs. So we're going to head and putting this one on. This is a science console. Shield emitter. It helps with your shield regeneration rate. If we look at the skills, we have no points to spend yet, so we can't increase any of our skills just yet in space or in ground. So right now we're pretty much looking at trying to build our ship as we play. Alright, so this is a heal, medical tricorder. If you pop it, it pops a heal on you. It has a really quick cooldown, so what I like to do is I like to keep it here. So when I hit the left trigger to fire my weapon, it'll pop that too. That allows me to keep running it without worrying about forgetting it, which has happened before. I admit it. Let's see, now we've got to come over here. This is the personnel officer. Let me see. You'll need assistance. All the following officers are available to join your crew. She is a really good one to start out with. She is a good tactical officer. Let me see. Okay. Starship modification, beam array, another TAC console. Okay, that's good. Alright, so no, I don't want that. Not now. Let's see what we've got. Okay. So this bridge officer, if you look at the skills she has, we'll start here. This is torpedo high yield, which is okay. Beam overload 2 is really good. Torpedo spread 3 is a very good one. And attack pattern omega 3. Those are all pretty good. This one's good for alpha strikes. Torpedo spread is very strong with using torpedo builds, but I prefer, if I'm using mostly beams, using beam overload 3 or beam fire at will 3. So I might switch this out for a torpedo spread 2. Here's how the skills work. You have your ensign rank, lieutenant, lieutenant commander, and commander. That's for space and ground. Now, as you first start out, your ships are very limited in what they have. Like this one only has an ensign rank for each. So if you click on it, you'll see ensign engineering, ensign tactical, and your ensign science. Alright. As you get your next ship, there's going to be increased rank in stations. When you do that though, you're going to have to promote your bridge officers. That requires expertise to do that. Alright, so as you can see, we're not ready yet to be able to do that. The reason is you have to be a rank higher than them, at least, to promote them up. So right now, this torpedo high yield, that's not really going to do us much good starting out because it's the only tactical skill and we're not using a torpedo just yet. Emergency power to shields is a good survivability skill, but we're going to take a look later and see if there's something else we can get that's going to work better. Tachyon beam drains the enemy shields. And low levels like this starting out in the game, this is actually a really good skill because you can drop either all or most of the enemy's shields and then pop them with beam overload or your torpedo skills or something like that and shred the enemies pretty quick. But once you get around, I think, level 20, even the tier 3 rank of this skill, once you get to level 20 is going to be pointless. You can try and do a drain specific build, but you have to be very careful with that. The reason is once you get into higher levels, your drain specific builds again end up either becoming pointless or you have to spend a fortune in in-game currency or real life cash to make them effective in any way. So now we've got 2 TAC consoles. Now I'm going to explain something about energy weapons here. There's different energy types, such as these are phaser. So if you look at these are phaser beam arrays. You've got phaser, tetryon, plasma, anti-proton. You've got a bunch of different, even disruptors are in the game. So there's different energy types. If you use a console that focuses on that particular energy type, like phaser, it's going to give you a higher boost in that damage. Now you can run any type of energy weapons you want. You can mix and match if you want. Phaser, tetryon, whatever. But the problem is the only TAC consoles that boost all of them, it'll be like it'll boost like beam weapons. So all beam weapons, it doesn't offer as high of a boost in damage for the same mark and quality. So a white one of those, that's Mark 1, isn't going to give you this high a damage boost to your energy weapons. That's important to know. You'll actually hear people refer to those types of builds as rainbow boats, or if they're cannons, they'll be referred to as skittle boats because they look like you're shooting rainbows or you're shooting skittles out the front of your ship or something. Those builds are looked down upon by the community in general because they cannot potentially do nearly as much damage. Just taking and switching out for all the same energy type and running the same or a console that boosts only that energy type is going to help tremendously with your DPS. Okay, so now let's see, we have to see what we're going to do next. Don't have duty officers, so there's no point in transwarping to there. We're going to go to the episodes. Let's see, welcome to our space dock, we've done that. Diplomatic orders, we'll hail them. And that's going to give us a 2-2 proton. Oh, it's going to give us a better personal shield. And we'll get a little bit of dilithium ore to start working on. Okay, so we'll click there. That lets us transwarp. Now, when we go into space combat, or, well, into sector, excuse me. I can't think straight. When we go into system space, this here is sector space. So, this is where all the different systems are that you can travel to, things like that. Oh, would you stop? Disable the help pop-ups, please. Okay, so what I was saying, this is where you can go to different systems, things like that. You can find different systems in there. If you can't find them, look through the list of systems to try and find the one you're looking for. It's a long list, but they're in alphabetical order, so it'll help find them. Alright, if you do the transwarp that's located to the right of the mission pop-up, it's going to be easier. So we're going to actually, let's go to the Sol system. This is another transwarp, but this is one that has a cooldown. There's different transwarps you can do. The one I just used to transwarp to the Sol system has a long cooldown timer. I'll show you in just a moment. Okay, so it's right here. It's under this icon here to depart system. But if you click on it, as you can see, there's a, well, actually it's 15 minutes. It's 14 minutes and some odd seconds, so it's a total of 15-minute cooldown to reuse a transwarp. As you progress in the game, there's going to be a larger list in here. If you join a fleet, then you'll have some transwarp options in there for the fleet also. These have a long cooldown on them. The ones here can be reactivated at any time. Okay. Now the reason that I came here is I didn't want to start the mission to try and do this. I already reorganized my HUD when I was on the ground, but if you notice, some of the things are jumbled up here on ground. So I'm just gonna go over here and move some of these around. There's pause screen status. Let's see, bridge crew, don't need that. I don't use it. Ship weapons, ship throttle, starship status, and ship power. Yeah, I'll put it over here, power levels. Okay, now I'll explain the power levels in a little bit. Okay, this right here is for if you're teaming up with other players, where it shows the stats of your bridge officers when they come down with you to the ground. Alright, now we're going to access row 4. That gives us up to 4 rows. Now I'm going to use chat, and this time I'm going to load up my space keybinds. Okay, so the way I've done my space keybinds is, back when I was chasing DPS, I did it so that each individual, starting on the road to each individual like slot here, was connected to an individual keybind on my controller. This one was always keybind to one button. Every single key here in a macro. Now what I do, since I'm not chasing DPS and I don't really care about melting everything, what I do now is I have everything on the bottom to one button. The first 4 here are to another button, the next 4 to another, and then I have individual buttons here, individual buttons over here, and then starting about here over, they're all on the 0 button on the number pad. The reason for doing this is just to make it easier for me. For example, emergency power to shields, that's one of my captain abilities. That's going to go here. Evasive maneuvers goes up here. That's the subtract button on my number pad. These are numbers 1 through 9. Let's see. I'll explain some of these. Distribute shield power. This distributes your shield power evenly around your ship. Early on, it's good to do. As you can see these flashing. It's good to do if you don't have TAC team for one of your TAC officers, which I'll explain later. Reroute shields. It has a 45-second recharge. It gives 300 shield regen for each facing. 20 shield power setting for 30 seconds, which that is down here for your shields. You have weapons, shields, engines, and auxiliary. Okay, the higher your shield power, the stronger your shields are going to be, and the harder they are, more resistant. It repairs disabled shields, so if your shields get disabled, it'll repair those. But this is a clicky skill, it's not passive, you have to click it to get it to work. This one here is level 2. As your character yourself levels up, you're going to increase the ranks of this. Evasive maneuvers. Now this is a quick getaway skill. 45-second recharge. It gives you 300 flight speed strength, 300 turn rate strength, and up to 15 defensive rating for 8 seconds based on your current speed. So the faster your speed, the higher your defense. Full impulse. That is also activated by just clicking here, or if you have a key bind set to it, you can just click it without having to have the skill. But this right here, you have to be out of combat for 5 seconds or longer to be able to activate it. Minimum 5 seconds. As soon as you're fired upon or you fire your weapons, it kicks you out of it. But it dumps all weapons, shields, and auxiliary power into your engines to give you that increase in speed. As it says here, it diverts all power to engines. So if you do that, when you drop out of full impulse, it takes a while for your power levels to switch back around. Okay, this just shows the different energy weapons, which you can also see those here. If you look, there's no green box around them now. That means that you have to hit the button each time or click on each individual one to get on the fire. If they're green, then once you start firing with them on a single enemy, they'll keep firing until the enemy's dead. This one reroutes your shield power forward, this to the left, this one to the back, and this one to the right. Shield battery, if you look, that's actually right here, and I've got weapons battery here, so you can actually activate those. Shield battery gives you a boost to your shield regeneration, and it increases your shield power level. The weapons one increases your weapons power level, and it repairs offline weapon systems. Alright, this is the tachyon beam we were talking about that in early levels is actually pretty good. It's very easy to use. We're going to take it and we're going to put it right there so I can activate it with a single button. This way I can pick which targets I want to activate it on. And this is torpedo high yield. It takes one of your torpedoes, launched within 30 seconds. It'll be a high yield torpedo. You can only do it with one torpedo, and the torpedo gets a huge boost in power. Torpedo spread doesn't give it a big boost in power, but it lets you fire multiple torpedoes that each one does a significant amount of damage. In all honesty, almost every single torpedo, there's very few exceptions, but almost every single torpedo actually benefits more by torpedo spread than they do torpedo high yield. So that's something to keep in mind. However, we're not going to be running with the torpedo build, or with the torpedo skill. Oh, I forgot how slow this thing is. Okay, before I beam down, we'll go ahead and go into this. These are presets that you can use for your energy weapons. Attack routes most power to your weapons, very little power to your shields, or secondary goes to shields, and then very little power to your engines and your auxiliary. Now if you look, this is with full speed, not full impulse, full speed. This is what your speed would be if you were fighting at, if you use this. Now if you watch, if you increase your engines, your ship starts turning faster. The more power goes into your engines. See that? It moves faster and it turns faster. Alright. So if you run with the attack and you don't make any adjustments here, then your ship's going to move slow, but you're going to have really good power. Secondary, you're going to have shields. Now you can adjust these individually if you want. I'll show that in a little bit, but we're going to go to here. This one's defense. Now this one increases your shield power but drops your weapons, so it kind of switches the two. This one is for speed. This one drops everything else down except for your weapons, and it shunts all that power into your engines. So it's engines, then secondary weapons. And then here you have balance, which is one we start out with, where everything's more even across the field. Now what I like to do, because early on it's kind of hard to really die, I like to increase my weapons power all the way up. So I click on this one. Then if you click this little padlock, it'll lock that weapons power down so you can't change it. See? Now what I can do is I can run my shield power all the way down, lock it, run my auxiliary power all the way down, lock it, and now I have mostly weapons and a big boost to my engines. So if I click up here, it's going to save that preset. So I can then take these padlocks off. Now, if I switch to another one and then switch back, see what I've done? So now my ship has good turn rate. Why is this essential? Well, if you look, this shows the firing arc. If you just highlight your weapons while you're in system space, it shows the firing arc of your weapons. So this is where my two front weapons firing arc is. As you look, it comes out in this direction and it shoots in the front arc. If you look at the back one, it comes out in about this direction here and covers the back. So essentially on both sides around here, if I can keep the enemy flanked, like on the port side or the starboard side, which port is left, starboard is right, if I can keep them within that arc, all three weapons are going to hit them instead of just two or just one. Having increased speed is going to help with that. By putting them in that firing arc, having most of your or all of your weapons hit them, you're going to be able to kill them quicker. Now, for low levels like this, beam fire at will is going to split your weapons fire among multiple targets. We really don't want that. Let's see, do we have any EC right now? I don't think so. Nope. The game doesn't start you with any, so let's go ahead and head on over. Okay. Now this is the exchange where you can sell to other people. So we're going to take this, we're going to pop this in. 29,000 is pretty decent. See what this one gets, being blue quality. Right there, 79,999. So we'll do 79,998. So we'll do 1 EC less. That's going to give us some EC. Let's see. What is this one going to do? Yep, 79,000. So we'll do we'll do 78,998. We'll do that. Okay, anybody want this? 49,998. Okay, we'll try to get some EC from that. Let's see what our doesn't have any. Go ahead and put this on them. Give them a little protection. We'll also give them this. Being tactical, they're probably going to draw a good bit of aggro. See, this has no value, so we'll get rid of it. We're going to keep that, and we will sell this one. This one sells. If you go to the vendor back here in Earth Space Dock, there's a couple of vendors back here, but if you go to this one here on the left, you'll get half the listed value of the item when you sell it to them. So if you look, this one lists for 1,129. So here we're getting about half that value back by selling that one. We're not going to sell this one yet, so now let's go and look if we have enough to buy the skill. I think the skill costs 250, so that means we should have enough to get one skill at least starting out, and that should be a big help. Just going to drop down here. Right here is the skill trainer. Now this skill trainer can train up to rank 2 of any skill. So we'll just look at these for example. The first skills, if you highlight it and you look on the right, it's white where it says Training Manual Tactical Beam Mobile 01. Alright, that's one of the skills that we want, but if you look as you go down, you notice that the titles turn colors. Green, then blue, and then purple. But if you notice, you can never buy higher than tier 2 of any skill in the skill trainer. The reason for that is the tier 3s are some of the better versions of the skills. And for those, you either have to trade in a duty officer for the skill, or you're basically converting them into a training manual for another bridge officer to train up on. You can buy the manuals or you can craft some of them, which that's something we can always go over later. But right now, the main thing is taking this manual and putting it on this character. So you go into the skills, and if you look right here, Beam Mobile 01, it's the instant skill. That's what we're training up. And there we go. Now we click on that. Come over here and we change the skill over. Did I put that on the wrong one? No. Beam overload station. Okay, did I do something wrong here? Something's not quite right. I put that on this bridge officer. They now have that skill. Oh, that's not the bridge officer that was put there. That explains it. Okay. Alright, I've got 2 different tactical bridge officers. So if you click right here, you can actually switch between them. I had the other one there. So, yeah, that's what that problem was. So we're going to do beam overload combined with tachyon beam. And then for survivability, we're going to use emergency power to shields. Alright, and that should help. We're going to go ahead, engineering space. We're going to go ahead and grab an engineering team 1, just in case we need that. Let's see. We're not going to train it up yet, but what this one does is it gives you a, like instant hit points. It gives you some of them. And we're going to hold on to this just in case we need this, in case emergency power to shields isn't keeping us alive longer. Then we can just pop that and it'll give us a quick boost. So we're going to go back up into space. And as soon as we get up there, we will put the skills in our skill tray. Okay, so don't want these here. That one goes there. I have this here. This is reroute power to shields. I've got that here because we don't have tactical team, which will auto reroute shields. So we're using beam overload. We're doing emergency power to shields. Now emergency power to shields can be popped every time. It has a 45-second recharge. And it lasts for 30 seconds. It increases regeneration of each facing of your shields, and it gives shield power setting for 30 seconds. Now, we could put it up here, but it's not going to hurt anything to run that every single time. See, it gives us a slight boost to our shield power, but it also gives us that regeneration. So if we need to change things around, we can. Go ahead and dump that. I thought that was my bridge officer ability, but it's not. That was my skill I get. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we will go into the mission. Let me see. Go to Vulcan system. Wait a minute. I was thinking I had to pick him up to the monastery on Pajim. Okay, so I guess I've got to go there to pick him up. I think that's what it is. Been a while since I've done it. There's one mission where you have to pick somebody else up here at our space dock and then take them somewhere else. So I just want to make sure I wasn't getting the missions mixed up. Okay, so we will, on the bottom left, enter the Vulcan system. We're going to do that. Okay, I'm skipping all the dialogue, I know, but alright, we board the shuttle. I'm not doing a playthrough, this is more of just a quick run through of the game. I'm going to skip this by hitting escape. And now we're running up the hill here. The plateau of contemplation, sorry. And to Paul. Or is that Tapella? I don't remember. I do have my audio off in the game. I don't usually listen to it, but I'm just going to speed through this. Now I have to come and talk to this person. Let me see. Use the green one that usually speeds it up. Talk to him. Oops. And that should be it. Okay. Now we head back down. If you want to do the whole role play thing, you can stay up there the whole time. But after you talk to him, you just have to return to the shuttle. He just stays up there and talks a little bit before he comes down. Board the shuttle. Escape. Leave the shuttle back on the ship. Okay, depart system. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about the replicator. Don't need it. Alright, so now we need to go to, where is it? Here we go. Get diplomatic orders. Alright, looking up at your mini map helps find out where you need to go. Alright, so if you look over there, that right there is, you'll find these hidden on different maps, both space and ground. These are for the R&D system, which basically R&D is just a crafting system. It takes an absorbently long amount of time. Oh, I scanned the wrong one. Anyways, it takes an absorbently long period of time to actually do the upgrade system. It's not really worth getting beyond 15 in my opinion. Level 15 in it. But we'll see how this here goes. So yeah, you gotta be careful because your batteries and stuff will get thrown back in. Okay, so we hit them to drain their shields, and that lets us hit them harder. You can see how my weapons are firing from the front and the back, hitting them. Scan this gas too. There you go. But you don't have to chase all of those. So we'll listen to what each of the officers say. Doesn't matter what you say here because you're all going to end up beaming down anyways. There's not really hardly any missions at all in this game that are actually going to give you any difference in the story mode based off of what you choose to do. So you basically, it's more, I've said to other people before that this is more of a Star Wars game in a Star Trek skin. There's not really any exploration in this game. It's all mainly just what you see here, just shooting, attacking, killing. There's one mission where they kind of try to disguise it like I guess you could call it a exploration mission, but it's not really. You're just flying around with a newer race and you're showing them stuff that you've already known from the other Star Trek series. But don't get me wrong, it's fun to play. The way they've done combat in this game is very easy to do. There's not much involved in it. As you can see here, you like target stuff. You can try and do the manual aiming thing in the game, but it doesn't really work that good. This game is not a looter shooter. It's just a shooter. But it's still a fun game. The most fun people have in it is usually an end game where they're going through playing around with different builds for their for their ships and characters. So we're heading on up here. In case you've skipped things and you don't understand why I'm doing this, the main reason of this is to, well, it's basically to show how free-to-play can be done. You don't have to spend money on this game to be able to play it. It's very simple, very easy. And to prove that, I am going to play this game like I would if it was free to play. This is one of the things I was mentioning before, that you can scan for ores and stuff for the crafting system in the game. Alright. So we come up here, we talk with them. Skip this. Now we fight the big bad over here. Circle around behind them so my bridge officers can flank them and get the extra flanking damage. There we go. Okay, beam back to ship, beam up. Now we have to survive against one of the Undine ships. Undine is species 8472. And we have to try and hold out until Federation can get us hit. Oh, jeez, look at this. Keeps putting these stupid batteries down here. Okay. See if we can't drain part of their shields from them. We're using beam overload, that's why the beams get real thick. That real thick glow to them. That's the effects of beam overload. As soon as our tachyon beam comes off a cooldown, we pop it again. Here comes the help. I'm just going to sit back here with them. If you stop moving, it lowers your defense, but honestly, this ship's hitting us anyways. There's nothing. They're hitting us with every single shot. There's really nothing we can do about that. You might be able to hear me keep spamming the button. I'm hitting the A button so that down at the very bottom you'll see my skill here that reroutes the power so I can use it. So we got a dual beam bank, that's pretty good. So we scan the debris. Incoming message, yada yada yada, and there we go. Okay, now we've just finished that mission. Hail Starfleet. Come over here to the right. The transwarp changes to the one to turn in the mission. And then you just click the button to turn it in. And there we go. our rewards. This is what we got from the ship itself. Dual beam banks have a narrow firing arc, only 90 degrees in front of you, but it hits with dual beams. It's really good if the aft weapon on your ship can fire in front of you, like an omnidirectional beam array, turret, something like that. Okay, so first things first, your player that you're on should have the best weapons. Then your bridge officer is secondary. The best weapons, protection, things like that. So that's why we're doing this. Let's see, we've got a Photon Torpedo Mark II data recorder, which honestly doesn't need to be here. I'm going to go ahead and take these off because the way they got this game all screwed up, it's actually wasting those when I don't need them. Let's see, the regenerators, you'll find that there's 3 ones, the minor, major, and critical regenerators. If you're on advanced or elite difficulty, on advanced you have a chance of taking damage to your ship or an injury to your character. It'll be a little thing that lights up here, another little tab that shows up that's red. You'll take that damage if you've been killed, either your ship destroyed or your character killed. The generators are for your ship. I think these are for your ship. There's one for your ship and one for your character. The critical ones, you either have to craft them, find them in missions like we did here, or something like that. The minor and majors, which are what you usually get, those you can actually buy from a vendor real cheap. This is for the system that's in the game that is pretty much a broken system that nobody really cares for or uses anymore. The reward we got, one of the rewards was dilithium. You can refine up to 8,000 dilithium per day. If you're in a fleet that has it unlocked, you can go to the fleet dilithium mine and you can refine an additional 500, but you have to have the ore to have it refined. Joining a fleet is something you can do at level 10. Let's see, since we're at level 3 now, nope, I'm trying to remember when it is that you start getting points. Might not be till level 5 or something like that. But anyways, we'll go to the next, we'll go to the next one in the line. Let me see. Stranded in space. So we'll hail and accept that one. We'll transwarp there. As you can see, I'm moving along pretty quick in the game. No pay-to-win stuff or anything like that to advance. Oh, really? Why does it keep putting these up? I don't want them. Okay, so stranded in space. We'll go into that one. So I'm going to switch this over so I can use a different keybind combination. Alright. Yes. Now we have to go save them. Let's grab this real quick. I usually don't worry about these, but this one's on the way. I was using the others to show you how it works, but okay, so let's see here. We're using tachyon beam to drop the shields on it so we can pelt the hole directly with the energy weapons. Now we're going to go ahead and use evasive maneuvers, start hurrying up and getting over there, just so that we can hurry up and finish this mission. Using tachyon beam to lower their shields so we can hit the hole. They're hiding behind that rock. And scanning the Azura. We're going to go over to their ship and help them. Okay, this is our ship right now. This is just, I don't know why they make you do this. This is like the only one where they actually make you do this, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry, there's like one or two other missions later on out of the entire game that they make you go to your own transporter room. In all honesty, if you want to, you can actually go to your own transporter room for roleplay purposes, things like that. I interact with these because they either give us something that we can use or something we can sell. Interact with this. I think I missed a room back here. Yep. Alright, as a science character, you can come over here, interact with them. If you're not a science character, don't interact with these people until after you're starting to leave. Otherwise, it won't let you save them. Alright, let's see here. He'll enter crew. Yeah, I think that was it. Alright. Unless it's messed up and it's doing it now too, it should have given me credit for that. Interact with this. Grab that on the way. Cardassian Canar, nice. Ooh, it's one of these here. Figure while I'm here, go ahead and grab it. The reason I'm not too interested in grabbing these, you'll get plenty of them later on, just by doing other stuff. It's not really a big necessity to get this. Spring wine, okay. Makes sense, they are Klingons, so they're going to be drinking a lot. Nice, they killed him and gave it to me. And let's see. Yeah, that damage resistance that it's given me for 4 seconds on this. I think that's part of what's helping keep my shields and everything else up, if I'm not mistaken. Might be wrong on that. Okay, so now we're in here. Let's see. I think this is something only engineers can do. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Is there anything up here? I don't think there was. Maybe one of those little scan things. I ain't worried about it. Okay. Oh. Well, here's one. We'll go ahead and grab it. It's next to the door. Okie dokie. As you can tell, I've done these missions a lot. It's been a while, but basically they're still the same thing they always were. Okay. Tactical training is required, so yeah, that would be for a tactical bridge officer. Or a tactical captain, me. Duh. Okay. Now I've got plenty of devices and stuff like that that I can use, kit modules that are universal and all that I could use if I wanted to actually speed all of this up. But free-to-play players aren't going to have those things right off the bat, so I'm not using them. This isn't going to work for what I'm trying to do if I use those. Can I actually interact with them again? Because it says that there's still 3 of them. Let's see. Yep. No, does that give me credit? Maybe I have to have all of them before it will. Or the game might be bugged and you might only be able to do them on the way out, even with science. Yeah, looks like that might be it. Anyways, all it is just an accolade. The accolades don't really give you anything, except just the thing that says, "Oh, look, you did this." It really gives no real benefit in the game. I wish they did. It's like your accolades would be worth it. It's one of the things I don't like about a lot of video games is you go through the trouble of doing the accolades and all it is just bragging rights. It's not really going to benefit you in the game. I'd rather if you do something like that, it gives you some kind of a bonus or something. Okay, we'll skip that. Let's go back to the transporter pad. Don't know why we have to be on the transporter pad, but okay. Alright. So now we have to hurry up and get back to the ship. To the bridge, I mean. Okay. Sometimes it does this. It goes into extremely long load times. They've always had trouble with their servers in this game with lag and, you know, server disconnects and server timeouts and things like that. So you're going to get that a lot in the game. It's especially worse when you're in the game with an event running. No, don't turn. There we go. Didn't want him to turn and present a new shield facing. Okay, I just got a mine launcher. Yeah. Mine launchers are not really the best. Boosting containment. Yeah, in this one she loses the ship because we're science captain. If we were engineer, we could have saved the ship. Okay. Oh look, we're gonna warp through a rock. There we go. No harm done. Yeah, the warp out animations in this game, it's not really intelligent warp out animations. Okay, so mine launcher, especially this early in the game, not a good thing to have. Regenerative shield, this might be an upgrade for the Other characters, let's see here. This is a beverage. Okay, this, nope, that's, I thought that was a tribble at first. I was about to say, yeah, get rid of those if you don't have a cannibal tribble. Cannibal tribbles will eat a regular tribble and turn them into tribble carcasses, which can be sold, but tribbles will eat all of your food and multiply. And the food is sometimes worth more than what the tribbles will ever be. Some foods aren't, but majority of them are. Okay, let's see. Another engineering kit module. Might keep that one around. More batteries. Okay, so let's take a look. First of all, ship shields. Let me see. It's got lower capacity, slightly hard, not harder, but larger shield regen. Nope. Let's go back to personal shields. No, let's check this one. Small upgrade for free. They're gonna have the same one that she did. That was gonna need to be discarded. Okay. Alright, so... Oh, forgot to look at that. Okay. We're looking at 10 kinetic, 10 energy. 17.3, we'll upgrade that, and we'll give her an upgrade. Oh, nope, that's the same. So we'll go ahead and pass it down to the next one down the line. Okie dokie. Hill to report, we're going to get... oh, okay, forgot to look at this. Lost and found. Not sure why it keeps wanting to give us all of these other things that we haven't even gotten to yet, but anyways. Excuse me. Sorry about coughing. These, alright, this one here lets you call in a ship in sector space so that you can use the bank, the mail, the exchange, things like that. But the cooldown on this is extremely long. I think it's like 15 minutes of cooldown. So if you can go through an episode real quick like I did, you'll be back before it's even worth it. Let's see. Physical damage, kinetic energy. Physical is for melee. We'll go ahead and throw that on. We'll go ahead and upgrade hers. And we've already got one on them. We'll throw one on that person. There we go. Okay. Let's see what our warp core does for an increase. Additional shield power, maximum shield power, maximum warp factor 5.56, 5.0, and starship sector speed. Okay, so this is going to be improvement. That is no value, so we'll discard it. Okay, what have we got? Increase. Yep. This is increase in max shield capacity and regeneration rate. Reduces disruptor damage by 20%. It's good for fighting off Cleons. That is 0 value. Discard it. Okie dokie. And we finish another one. Alright. Now, get that out of there. Now, if you are free to play, you probably don't have as much room here in your inventory. If that's the case, you can come up here when it gets full. You can double click the soul system to transwarp to it. That gives you a 15-minute cooldown. hold its own cooldown. If it fills up again, you can go into sector space and you can use the Azure personal comms code, which I think is also a 15-minute cooldown. We'll go ahead and use this one just to make sure of how long it's going to be. There it is, the Azure. So we'll go ahead and talk with them. We're going to browse commodities. Now if you go into sell, if you look right here, this one's valued at 250. If you use the Azure Nebula, for some reason they don't have it giving you a full half value, which is dumb. It should give you the full value, or the full 50%. Actually, we're just gonna dump all of these down here. We're gonna go back in here and look at the exchange. We'll go ahead and see what will and won't sell on the exchange instead. 750, that's not worth selling. 15,000, but that's a blue one. It'll sell before the greens will. Even though it's got the thrust on it, which isn't really worth that much, it's gonna sell more. Those are blues that are selling for that much. There's one green, but there's a purple that's pretty close in price. That's not worth doing. So we'll hold off. Let's see, I can't use those. That's for engineering. It's not worth trying to sell. This is the training manual I got. We'll keep it. Alright, just curious what this thing is gonna go for. 100, yeah. 10,000. Oh, that's only 100. Don't have enough for I'd buy it. How much do I have? Yeah. You used to get EC for completing missions, but you don't anymore, which sucks. I'm going to go ahead and transport back and check out what the cooldown time is on the Azure Nebula. I can actually find that out from going into the skill list. Come on. I swear it's like being on a console with these long load times. Alright, 120 minutes, so okay, that's actually 2 hours. Yeah, that's not worth it. I'm actually just going to throw that thing in my bank, because 2 hours wait time is not worth that. That's dumb. Oh, and there's Q, for anybody that's wondering. He's only here during the winter event. Let's see, yeah. Okay, so if you have any of these things, they can be used from your bank. This one cannot, and this one cannot, but we don't really need either of those. Alright, we're holding on to this. We'll dump these in there. Excuse me, in case we need them later. Hang on to that for the next ship. Hang on to those as well. Okay, now we run over to the vendor. Running doesn't make you go any faster unless you have ice boots on or something. It's just, I get bored running around all the time in this game, so I jump a lot. Okay, hit the wrong one. It's supposed to be the I button. Go to sell. Now if you notice, I put all of the items I'm going to sell down at the bottom of my inventory. I'll show you why. If you come down to the bottom and you start selling everything, you can just start clicking the button. And it'll just start selling, going up from the bottom. If you try to do it going from the top down, what's going to happen is every time you get something new, it puts it in your inventory from the top down. So you're usually going to fill up the top before you ever fill up the bottom, right? Well, just take all of the trash you're going to sell and throw it down at the bottom. And we've got over 2,000 EC already. So now we're going to get our next episode. Center cannot hold. Oh, that's all the way down here. I don't know why it does that. Years ago, before they screwed up all of these episodes and story arcs, the thing used to track your missions really good. Now it's not good at all. Alright, so the next one we're going to have a choice. We can get a phaser cannon or a phaser beam array after we finish this one, but these are items that we are definitely going to get. Stun pistol and a rare kit reward. Alright. Oh, I forgot you can transport from there. Okay. So I'm not going to do so much educational stuff here at this point. I've already covered pretty much the most part of educational stuff throughout the video. So from here on out, it's just going to be me playing through the game, getting up to higher levels, getting ships, and then when I get the next ship at level 10, which is the next free one, I think that's when the next free one is. I don't think I get one now, do I? Might have actually forgotten to get a ship. I'll check after this mission. If you notice, I'm not using my full impulse all the way. I'm using it in burst, so when I come up on the enemy, my power levels aren't going to be too low. This allows me to come out of the gate hitting a lot harder. It's another shield battery. That ship's almost dead, so I was saving my tachyon beam for this one. And my beam overload activation. Okay. Pretty much almost every single episode you go into is going to be a space fight, ground fight, space fight, then you're done. Usually. There are some exceptions to this. Alright. And in this mission you don't have to get a fire extinguisher, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, you don't have to get one to equip on your character. If you do get fire extinguishers ever in the game and you equip them on your bridge officers, take them off the bridge officers before you fight, because your bridge officers, they're dumb. They're going to try and use them as if they're actually a weapon. Don't ask me why the developers did that with them. Let's see. I got a skill when I leveled up. Alright, let's see. New ship. Yeah, I was supposed to have gotten a new ship. Alright, so let's see. Lieutenant Ground ability for Science Tricorder Scan right here. This is where it unlocks injuries on Advanced or Elite. While I was saying earlier, where you need those different things that can heal you or repair your ship if you die. This is where it does that. So if you're on Advanced or Elite difficulty, you die, your ship blows up, then you can end up with injuries on it, which again is pointless. It's a system in the game that wasn't really that popular when it came out, and it's pointless now. But anyways, this is the captain's ability we got, Tricorder Skin. To target, negative 30% all damage resistance rating for 12 seconds, and 60% stealth strength for 8 seconds. To self, 30 perception. The perception doesn't really mean much, but let's actually go in here. That was Tricorder Skins. We'll go down to the T's, and it has a 18-second recharge, and it works for 12 seconds. So this is something that we can use a lot if we want. So we have to get close enough to do that. As you can see, though, science is really good about debuffing the enemies, making them take more damage. Grab this one while we're here. As you play through the game, you'll probably notice some missions just seem out of place. Just don't seem like they fit. That's because the developers went through and removed some of the episodes, changed things around, and they were supposed to be fixing them, but they haven't ever fixed them and put them back. So, yeah. There's a giant Gorn up there on the right. If you can see, he's throwing big sections of floor at me. If I can get him where I can flank him or my bridge officers can, that's going to be beneficial. Plus I just debuffed him. Okay. And let's see. Okay, that's pretty much it here. Beam up to the ship. Nothing else worth wasting time on here. And, as I mentioned before, now just more fighting. See that torpedo missed? That's because I'm moving instead of just sitting still. Now, as far as how to fly the ship when you're broadsiding, try to stick with the same shield facing each time. Some people actually fly around the ship they're targeting. Every time you move from one shield facing to another, it's going to, I'm going to stop right here and show you. Alright, so if I'm fighting a ship and it's hitting my left shield facing, when it wears that shield facing down, it's hitting the hull directly, taking my hull hit points away. If that enemy flies around to another shield facing, then they have to whittle down that shield facing to do direct damage to the hull. Now they can do damage through shields to a certain extent. Their torpedoes, even regular photon torpedoes, do massive damage through your shields, especially at higher levels towards in-game. which is ridiculous because our torpedoes, unless you've got transphasic or an EPG build, which is something specific to science, you're not ever going to do the damage they can through shields. Never. Unless you have a build specifically for it. But they're regular photon torpedoes, which are not one of those torpedoes you use in that build, can eat through your hull while your shields are up like crazy. But for you, your energy weapons, if you're not doing an EPG build, which is exotic particle generator, which are special torpedoes that do damage directly to the hull, if you're not using one of those builds, then every time you go from one shield facing to another, you got to sit there and beat down that shield facing before you hit the hull directly. What I do is I go out to, like if I'm attacking this side of a ship, I'm going to go out and I'm going to circle around on that side. I'm going to try and keep all of my weapons hitting that same shield facing. That way, once I get the shield facing down, I'm hitting the direct hull and I don't have to start my work all over again trying to eat down that shield. Not everybody plays the same way, but that's my particular way of doing it. I found it works more efficient, and if you don't have a high-powered build, that's really one of the best ways to go, to be honest. Okay, let me see. Science has the ability to... I think Science is the one that has the ability to skip past part of this. I think it's this one. It might be the one on the bottom right. If you look, this is something they never fixed, that one floating in the air. That has been here since they introduced the crafting and upgrade system for years now. This one wasn't it, so we'll go to the one on the bottom right. Southeast on the mini-map. There's a console that sits near one of those towers. Okay. An invisible wall. Alright, that console deactivates everything without having to run around all three of these. Now, for anyone that's not familiar with it, we are fighting the Gorn, and there is a very popular series in the original Star Trek, or episode, the original Star Trek series, where Kirk has to fight on a planet against a Gorn. And it's the first time that you actually... I think it's the first time you actually see them in the original series. But it is a very, very popular episode. It's been featured in some movies. I think more than any other Star Trek episode from the original series was. Oh, really? These invisible walls are ridiculous. Okie dokie. Yep, this one was it. So if I come over here and did this to override it, I wouldn't have had to run around to all the others. There we go. So defeat the Gorn captain. Now this is going to be one of the big Gorns, like we saw before, but he's going to have others around him. So we're going to lure them out like this. because we don't want to get stuck in the middle in there with all of them surrounding us, hitting us from all different sides. Then we debuff him. And we move around to see if we can get our bridge officers to flank him since he's targeting me. There we go. We'll grab this. And then there's a crate here we can grab. And we'll skip this for now. Yep, I think that's it. Okay, before I beam up, I'm going to make sure I don't have any creatures in my inventory, the triples that I need to get rid of. Let's see. Check about selling that. Oh, here we go. Sonic Pulse Mark 1. Now at low levels, a Sonic Pulse is okay. It's not too powerful. It's not really worth doing a build around it. Does physical damage, 50% shield pin, knocks back, negative 66% run speed, 10% chance exposed target. Basically, if you're trying to get the enemy stuck in place, this skill is worth doing. Otherwise, not really that big later on in the game. It's going to hit harder early on. Pretty much all of them are. But yeah, once you get later on into the game, it's not really worth using that skill. Okay, let me see. I forgot. I need to, once I turn in the mission, I need to check and get my ship. I think I can get a ship here. I know you get one at level 10, 20, 30, 40, and 61. Okay, now we fight the big bad up in space. There he is. Now, the way you tell which part of the ship you're targeting that you're actually hitting, if you look up here, you'll see a little white tab that shows you which part of the ship. As I go to the right of that ship, see, it changes. That little tab shows you which part of the ship you're actually hitting. I have no idea what just popped up because I was hitting buttons when it popped up. I hate when games do that. You're in the middle of combat when they pop up stuff. Okay, that's it for this mission. We did space combat, ground combat, then space combat again, and we're done. You pretty much just complete this cycle every single time. If you're really interested in what the real story is and all, then you can go back through and play through it. Let me see. These have a 180-degree targeting arc, which means they'll target straight out to the side of the ship and around to the other side. But your phaser beam array, if you look, this one does 196 phaser damage. This one does 156. So this one does more damage and has a wider firing arc. So this is going to be the better one to go with. Alright. New titles and other stuff that's unlocked over here, which we don't care about. Or I don't. First skill point. Okay. So it's level 5. Yep, that you earned your first skill point. And bridge officer awarded. Where is the... Oh, forgot about the kit. Let me see. Kit module, hyperonic radiation, Triage, sonic pulse wave. The hyperonic radiation is going to be best for what we're doing. So we're going to go with that. And in fact, if we were combine it with the sonic pulse wave, the sonic pulse can help slow the enemy down. It reduces their run speed, so that'll be good to allow us to pop this on them. It's a damage over time area of effect, and so we pop our captain's skill, which debuffs them. We pop this, and then we pop that. And that'll be a good way for them to work together. Okay, so let's head back to the Sol system. It's a pretty neat color. It's a neat design. It'd be better if it was a different color. Alright, so to get your ship, you actually have to fly in. This might be the ship it gave me, but I'm thinking there's another one you get at this point. There we go, dock. Doesn't take long to check it. We'll just check it real quick. New starship. Okay. Well, I can buy one with dilithium. It's a Romulan ship. I think that's the one I've got. Nope. That's free ship I got. Nope. That's another free event ship. Here we go. This would be Shadow Requisition, Captain's Yacht. Nope. Captain's Yacht is another special. Let me see. What rank am I? Lieutenant? Yeah. Alright, so which... Not getting any of them that calls in at this tier. They're not worth it. Alright, so apparently, excuse me, apparently the ship I've got now is the one that is telling me I can get. So that means I can't actually pick the next ship until I hit level 10. Next rank of ships. Okay, so that's going to be Lieutenant Commander. Excuse me. Alright, we'll go to Lieutenant Commander. I'm going to look at escorts first. I believe this is the ship. Yeah, I believe that's going to be the ship we can get for escorts. Cruisers will be the Constitution refit, I believe. And science will be this one. Now, to be honest, until you unlock the Lieutenant Commander science station, which is commander rank. Yeah. Until you unlock the Lieutenant Commander Science Station, none of your science ships are really worth getting, in my opinion. The reason is you can't use Gravwell 1 at least until this rank. So this is going to be rank 30. Or level 30, I mean. So until you reach level 30, you can't actually use Gravwell, which is the biggest advantage to a science ship. Cruisers are going to be a bit bulkier hull, a little better for taking damage than what your escorts will be, but they're a very slow turn rate, kind of like the ship we got now, and there's better builds that we can do than beam arrays on the ship that we got now. So running with the escort is probably what we're going to be focusing on with every ship we get till we get into the higher tiers. Alright, so running with these, we're going to do this combination here. We're going to use tricorder scan to debuff the enemy. We're going to use this to slow them down, and then this to hit them with a damage over time. This is also an exposed attack, so if you have a weapon that the secondary is an exploit attack, that's going to help. Let's see. This one has expose, I think. This one, I think, had the exploit attack for the sniper rifle. So we're going to switch our sniper rifles. Oh. Forgot it. Threw a weapon in there. Okay, so we're going to do that. We'll do that, and this is a 0 value, so we'll discard it. Okay, let's see. Here's the fire suppression device. Again, do not put this device on in the device slot of your bridge officers. They will try to use a fire extinguisher on an NPC they're fighting, which is completely pointless. It is the absolute dumbest thing you'll ever see them do. The devs have never fixed that, and I doubt they ever will, to be honest. Okay, so this can actually go on. Let's see. Well, that one offers a exploit attack. Okay, so we'll put this on here. Another discard item. Okay, so this one's the one that's falling furthest behind. That's fine. We have our 2 tacks, which are the heavier hitting, and science, so engineering's fine. Okie dokie. So it looks like we're ready to go now. We're not going to bother upgrading our weapons just yet. Don't really need to. We'll go back up here to the missions we're on. Secret orders, accept that. Transwarp. I don't remember if I refined the dilithium for the mission we just did. Yep, I did. Okay. Briar patch. Alright. Can't get too close to these pockets of gas or they will blow up. We have to go to the satellites. It's going to be slow going. Switch back to our weapons power. I'm using evasive maneuvers over here as soon as it comes off a cooldown. That's why I keep getting the boost of speed. Alright, we've got a bird of prey over here. Actually, a couple of them. Oh, these are fighters. Okay. Excuse me. That's where I need to be. Alright, so that big donut asteroid up there is where we're heading. So we use evasive maneuvers again to get another speed boost. As you can see, we can't use full impulse, so I'm just manually switching my power over. Okay. Now after we exit combat mode, I can, or red alert, I can then beam down. Okie dokie. Can't go that way, it's a dead end. Alright. Okay, so here's how we're going to see this work. Hit them with that and debuff them. Hit them with those. And then use the exploit. Boom. Thank you for throwing that dynamite, or that grenade down after everybody's been killed. Okay, if I remember correctly, this is basically just a facility where they're making a powerful weapon that we have to destroy, which is the experimental weapon you see mentioned here. So once we've done that, we're pretty much finished with this ground part. So your kits and kit modules can really help you out a lot in the game. Oh, we got Klingon Targ milk. How would you like to be the one to have to milk one of those? Okay. A little crate back here. Early on in the game, the stuff you get in the crates really don't help you out that much unless you're having a lot of trouble dying in the game. I really don't see many people dying that early in the game, so it's still good to get the stuff so you can actually turn around and sell it and make yourself a little bit of extra cash from it. That was nice of my bridge officer to do to me. Okay, now we have to activate up there, but I'll show you a little trick. If you set a rally point for all of your bridge officers here, it makes it easier because the enemy's going to spawn in between here and there. So you're definitely going to be getting some flanking damage done. There you go. That's simple. Don't remember what key it is to tell them to come with me though. I'll have to look that up. It's in my keybinds. Okay, now we have to destroy all escaping Klingon ships. He took off real quick. Evasive maneuvers or something. Okay. Remote detonation. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, now depart system, and that should be it. Let's see. Console. See, this is the beam weapon damage. If we had a Mark II green that was phaser damage, it would boost that even higher. That's right, we gotta pick one. Let's see. We'll go with the all damage resistance, give us a little bit more leeway there. Doomsday device, I think that is the next one actually. And we get the Harpang torpedo, which is a really good torpedo early on in the game. Becomes pointless later on, sadly. Okay, let's see. We are at level 6. I'm going to have to run to the restroom real quick, so I'm going to make a quick soul visit. And while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and sell some of the stuff I've got, then run to the restroom, and then I will be back as soon as I can. I'm not editing the video as I'm recording it, or after I record it, because honestly the Streamlabs program that I use to edit is goofed up, does not work right, and keeps screwing up my videos. So just passing these further down. Just make sure that they're all getting passed down. Get rid of these. Let's see. Alright, on the ship, pop this on. That goes into the engineering console. You got engineering, science, and tech consoles. So, let's see. I think we'll go ahead and bump one of these up to a tier or Mark II. Since that's been equipped, it can't be sold. If you look, it says bound to account. So we'll do that. And I think I might pop one of the torpedoes on here to help hit them when the hull is, or the shields are down. Okie dokie, we're gonna fly closer. There we go. Okay. Come on. Alright, let's see. I'll start with this. Klingon Targ Milk. Going to throw the second one up there too. Klingon Gok. I've had some people ask me before, they're like, Razor, why do you not use your health and shield and batteries and all that while you're on the ground? Well, the reason is, in all honesty, it's pointless. By the time I need them, it means that I'm taking so much damage that they're not going to activate in time, because I'm taking so much damage so fast. They won't activate in time, and it's not going to save my life. All it's going to do is waste DPS for those few moments that I could actually be trying to do something. Alright, I'm going to check a skill real quick for engineering space. Here we go. Emergency power to emergency power to weapons. Okay, so we are going to take our bridge officer, and we're going to run emergency power to weapons 1 for now. Emergency power to shields was pretty good for defense, but this right here is going to give us increased energy weapon damage and increased weapon power sitting for 30 seconds. It has, I think, a 45-second cooldown, so it's only 15 seconds between its uptime and downtime. If we need to, we still have the emergency power to shields we can just switch back to. We're going to keep this on. We're going to keep beam overload 1 on now. The next ship we're going to get is going to have, it's going to be an escort that we pick, so it's going to have 2 tactical skills that we could use, because it'll be a lieutenant instead of an ensign station. So we'll run with probably either 2 copies of beam overload. There'll be a beam overload 1, beam overload 2, or we're going to use a torpedo skill for one of them. And since it's an escort, it'll turn better, so we could put something like this on. Now, if you ever want to buy some weapons early on in the game, you don't have to buy weapons. You can get episode rewards. Just replay them. Most of the rewards from episodes you can get by replaying those episodes, but if you just want to do a build using weapons that you can get real cheap, they cost very little EC. You can come down here and select Starship Weapons. They're all white quality, and it's only beam arrays and dual beam banks. But as you can see, dual beam banks, the one that we've got is only a Mark 1. So by the time I get to the next ship, I think it's going to require this. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander. Or it's not going to require, but I can use this. But it's going to cost a good bit of EC to do it. So it doesn't come cheap. In fact, after all this time, I can't even afford one of the Mark 3s. So that's why I suggest just sticking with your episode rewards. Oops, hit the wrong button. If you use your episode rewards as you advance through the different episodes, there's going to be episode rewards that are based usually off of the enemies. Like with the Romulan ones, you're going to find plasma, torpedoes, things like that. But you can still get some episode rewards that are pretty good to carry you through without actually having to buy anything. Okay, let's see, we'll pop into system space real quick. If you're on the ground and you beam up, you go into system space. If you hit that same button while you're in system space, it'll take you into sector space. So if you click on this, leave the system, that'll take you into sector space outside the system. Okay, but we're not doing that here. The reason we're here is we are looking for emergency power to weapons. Now if you watch, if you look right here, it shows weapons are 100 over 100. If we pop that, that jumps us up to 120 over 100. Now another thing is we did have 2 space points and 1 ground point. Now over here, this gives us our energy weapon training and projectile weapon training. These are usually the first ones you want to put points into. Especially if you're running energy weapons a lot, you want to put more points into energy weapons. If you're running torpedoes, then you'll want to use this one here for projectile weapons. I usually run at least 2 points in each, if not 3 points in one of them. If I'm doing a science torpedo build, I'm going to run 3 points in torpedoes. If I'm sticking mostly with energy weapons, I'll have 3 points in energy. And then that leaves 1 point I could put in something else. I never really max out one of these here. This is engineering, science, and then tactical. Engineering skill tree, science skill tree, and tactical. Just because you're a science character, you don't have to stick with just the science skill tree. As you can see, I can put points in here. And this is going to increase the energy weapon damage I do. Now that's all of my space points I had available, but I do have 1 ground skill point. This one here affects your weapons. This one affects your physical HP on ground. This one affects your shields, how well they are. This one affects your kit performance. Now you can already see our weapons. They're actually doing pretty good, but pretty soon the weapons we have are going to start to get a bit outdated. So in case we don't find any good weapons, we're going to go ahead and put that point in here. Then the next point is going to go into our kit performance. This will affect how good our kit modules are going to do, which, as you can see down at the bottom of that little tooltip window, damage output, duration of control effects, duration of buffs and or debuffs, health and or shield of constructs, and magnitude of repel or knock effects. So this is going to affect our control effects and our debuffs effects that we're doing on the enemies. So we'll be doing that later. Right now we don't need to worry about that with ground. Our space, as you can see, is taking a bit longer to destroy the enemy ships, so that's why we went ahead and put points to boost our energy weapons. Now, if we look at the energy weapons, this one does 352 to the target. I think if we look at it here, it's, let's see, 264. So that is a fairly significant increase at this level to that damage it does, and that's just by adding 2 points in plus our attack console. Okay, let me see. I don't know if I can actually mute my microphone. I hope that I can. The reason I say that is because I have to use a medical bed, and sometimes it makes a lot of noise getting up. So, see if I can mute my microphone. Open volume mixer. Let me see if this will do it. I'll find out when I play the video back after uploading it. So I will see everyone in just a bit. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that delay that is going to be in the video. In case you may have skipped to this point, just let you know what's going on in the video. I just got back from the restroom. The reason the video is not going to be edited is because the editing software I have, Streamlabs, screws up. It messes up the videos. I can't figure out what they've done to it to screw it up, and they can't figure it out when I try contacting them, so I just don't even bother editing the videos. I'm trying to find something else that works. So sorry about my restroom break being in there. I tried to make sure that the microphone was muted so that you didn't hear me getting in and out of the bed. It's a medical bed. I'm supposed to be in a reclined position all the time. It squeaks a lot. If it did come through, I do apologize. Also, if you're wondering what's going on, if you notice my character's name, Mr. Budget, it is True Budget Builder. What I am doing is I am playing this character from start to finish, and I am essentially just building this character with the budget builds. You will be able to get the stuff just from normal gameplay without having to do any heavy grinding to get anything. At most, maybe a few resources here and there. Ooh, sorry, I get distracted easily. I have ADHD, and I just saw this sitting there. I wondered if it... Nope, that's one of the pay-to-win ships, Tier 6. Yes, I do call anything from the C-Store, gamble boxes, excuse me, anything like that pay-to-win, because that's essentially what it is. I mean, it's a version of pay-to-win. I do have some of the ships from it, but that's why I'm doing this character. I've had people tell me, well, you can't beat this game, you can't do advanced missions later on, like the missions you queue for, unless you have pay-to-win gear, Tier 6 ships, things like that. So I am doing this character. The only ships I will use, or I can use on this character, I'm limiting it to only the free ships you get as you level. That's it. So I get a free ship at, let's look at it. I'm going to get a free ship at level 10, permission to buy the next rank of ship. I'll get the next ship, free ship at 20, then again at 30, then 40, and then at level 61, you get your final free ship right here, Vice Admiral Starship Requisition Token. Now, the highest ship you get for free just for leveling is going to be a Tier 5 ship. It is not Tier 6. The highest tier ships go up to Tier 6. Tier 6 are the absolute cream of the crop. They are the best ships. Whether you get it from the C-Store, you get one of the gamble ships from one of the gamble boxes, or you get a Lobby ship from a Lobby store, those premium ships are the best ships in the game. In fact, majority of the Tier 5 ships you see in here are actually going to be better than the free ships you can get at level 61. The way they did it years ago, the ship you got at level 40 is like the lowest in Tier 5 ship. They are the absolute lowest. You couldn't even buy those ships from the Zen store. It was kind of a cross between a Tier 4 and a Tier 5 ship. They weren't the best ships. At level 61, the ship you get there is about a mid-range, like a low to mid-range Tier 5 ship. I bought one of them years ago before they made those free, but those ships are not, they're still not even the best Tier 5 ships. But the point of this is to prove that you don't have to have the best of the best to play the advanced difficulty level. You're not going to melt everything like the people in Tier 6 ships with the Tier 6 ship traits and all the good stuff. You're not going to melt stuff like they do, but you don't have to be able to play them. It actually makes it a bit more challenging for you if you don't have all that. But we're going to go into the next mission. we're skipping through all of the dialogue and everything. I know I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm used to streaming. I've gotten out of recording a lot, so yes, I will do a lot of talking. I will explain again what I'm doing in case anybody skips through the video and misses it. And another load screen that's really long. Sometimes it's hard to believe that this is a game on PC. Went ahead and grabbed a little bit of my Dasani water. Okay, now later on you're going to see something in here. If you're new to Star Trek game, you're probably going to see something in here that's going to catch your attention from the original series. Oh yeah, we're doing a whole lot more damage now on these ships. Okay, I don't have to actually do that. All that's doing is keep me a red alert so it takes longer to board the IKS Targ. Okay, board the Targ. Now, in this episode, you actually get to fly a bird of prey, which is interesting because Klingon ships and Fed ships are not supposed to be flown by both classes because they said it can't be done in the game. Yet you can do it in the episode. I always thought that was interesting. Oop, that's where I needed to go. Yeah, always look at your mini-map before you go too far. Okay, go to the turbo lift. Back to my weapon. I miss not having two weapons to use. Okay, gotta manually click it. There we go. Okay. I'm going to turn the audio on some. Overall volume. Just least gives you something. I'm starting to get a little bored with just the no audio. Going to engineering, right? Nope, to the break, sorry. My bad. Okay, forgot about this. Now we come over. Is that him? Yep.
You are. I will redeem my honor.
Look for the
Help
green
me.
dialogue. It usually progresses the main storyline. Okay, return to the bridge. Says the bridge, but here we go. And we skip that too. Green dialogue. And here we go.
I'm monitoring communications from the. We need.
Now, whenever you switch to a ship in the game that it gives you, you're going to find that what it does is it gives you the weapons, skills, everything of that ship. Sometimes you have specialized bridge officers for that ship that you can use. When this happens, you'll have to go through and reorganize things down here. Maybe even find things wherever they are and put them back, or in some cases put bridge officers in bridge officer slots. Okay, now this ship has the harpoon torpedo on the front, but your torpedo skills are not affected by it. Now each of these are universal stations, which means I can have multiple tactical characters if I want, but that's going to be pointless here because the other character has torpedo high yield, which won't affect that torpedo. So we're going with this. Okay, removal loads coming down here. That's going to increase our weapons, and that's going to be to drop their shields. So now we start in this torpedo. Let me stop for a second. How? Let's see. Harpoon. That's an H. It's got a 15-second recharge time, so it fires once every 15 seconds. And if you look at its firing arc, it's going to be a 90-degree firing arc, which is 45 degrees left and 45 degrees right of center. Alright, we cloak the ship. We run out here. As soon as we interact, we're going to lose our cloak. Don't know why they did that. Makes no sense. Apparently you can't use your comms or anything like that in this game when you're cloaked. That's right. This ship uses heavy disruptor cannon. And a turret. So our beam overload actually isn't going to do any good here at all anyways. I forgot about that. Okay. We will recloak. There we go. I couldn't use any of my buttons on my controller for a while for some reason. Okay, but you saw how the cannons work on this thing. The heavy cannons, they're dual heavies. Dual heavy cannons and turrets, as you can see, kill things a lot faster. They have a narrow firing arc in the front. But the turret has a 360-degree firing arc, which if you have cannon skills like cannon rapid fire, cannon scatter volley, it will actually run off of both of those. I think I forgot something. Oh, okay. think I was supposed to have interacted with that one again. Yeah, let me run and get that. I didn't catch it, I forgot all about it. But this is the kind of thing we're going to do. We're going to use phasers, or we're going to use some other energy type, but we're going to run, for the most part, a dual heavy cannon build. Here we go. Now we can head to the third one. Wait on our power to redistribute some before we start uploading, because we're going to get attacked again. That was pretty quick. Destroyed all 4 of them.
The generators.
And now we're going down to the planet.
The objective here is simple.
Kill, kill, kill. Same as it's always been. Now if we avoid, because we have a Klingon appearance to us, if we avoid the Targs, then these guys aren't going to know we're not Klingons. And we don't have to fight. And there's Targs over there, so we're going to come way over here try and avoid them. Come on, everybody. I usually do the one up there at the top right, but I want to come over this way this time. I want to do this one. You only have to actually do one of these. Figure since I'm already here, might as well. Oop, Targs. Oh, looky here. Cardassian yamak sauce. Nice. Oh, that's right. It's back. Over here.
Captain.
Alright, so we have to use this.
Death!
Okay, now just return to ship.
I see your.
And there is a shortcut to do this. There it is. There's our shortcut. The big shroom. Use my heal to heal myself back up. Alright, we return back to the ship. Now, before we interact, because there's going to be another fight, we're going to use the rally point trick again. So we'll set a rally point. Actually, we want to make sure that they're facing the right way starting out. We'll set a rally point there. So they all face over there. Where are they? Where? Get over here. Where have you been? Oh, one of them's dead. Okay. We'll just go with this then.
You? Ha 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 ha!
Okie dokie. Now we get on board the Targ.
Captain, calling up.
I see it. But what?
And here it is. This is what I was talking about. The Doomsday Machine. That's from the original Star Trek series. In fact, I actually watched that episode yesterday. Okay, so here you have to use the Harpane torpedo. You basically just shoot the torpedo down its throat, stay out of its way when it fires, and that's pretty much it. Harpane torpedo in the game hurts the Planet Killer, the Doomsday Machine. So we're basically just waiting over here for our cooldown on our cloak. That way no enemy ships hit us. Stay out of the range of that shot that it does. You circle back around, then turns pretty quick. Circle back around, fire another shot down its throat. And then you untarget it, so you stop shooting, and you move away. Wait on your cloaking to come off cooldown again, because it'll be about the same amount of time, and it keeps you out of range of the ship, or the Doomsday device, when it charges up to shoot, because it will one-shot you. Like that, and full impulse, or try to full impulse around. Fire another shot down his throat. What was it Spock said it had? A pure neutronium pole. So there's no way that the Enterprise's weapons would hurt it. Let's fire the shot. Again, and then one more shot should do it. Oop, sorry. Hit the microphone with my finger now. Okay, we are going to hit. Basic maneuvers out of his range. And their range. There we go. Nope. Looks like I got no choice. Just won't stop getting looser. Oh yeah, now I can close. Wait on it to do its blast. It's charging up. You can see the lines coming out from the front. Stay behind the front of it when it shoots. In. Circle around. Okay, my torpedo wasn't dying, so I'm gonna have to try it again. There we go. Oh, jeez. Of course that thing would have a warp core breach. Basically that's what it says. Yep. Kinetic damage to you with warp core breach. Doesn't even have a warp core.
Captain, Commander Burgess is patching.
Captain.
It might be important.
I thought that was funny. I've been hit by that thing once before too. Usually it don't take that long. Excuse me, that long for me to take the thing down. Okay, so I can turn this one in. Okay. Well, let me do it from here, so we'll do it from
Kavolk's loss is unfortunate, but he did what he believed he had to do. In the end, he died with
Okay.
honor. Fortunately, you were able to destroy the
let's
Doomsday
see, this
device
one
and
has
end the
mind
threat of
dispersal
Bavak's
pattern.
weapons
Beam overload
programs.
3, that's a good one.
We probably haven't seen the last of him, but
Science,
at least now he's
Tractor Beam 3 isn't
disarmed.
that good.
At least as much as any
Level 2
Klingon, that
is one you
is.
can get from the
And don't
trainer.
worry about having to return the
Isotope
IKS
beam
Targ to the
isn't that good,
Klingons.
so we'll go with
I don't believe that there's much about that class
Okay.
of bird of prey that Starfleet intelligence doesn't already know.
Oh, apparently you
If
have to
getting
pick
the
one
ship
of
back
these.
lets the Klingons think they won a
Yeah,
small
we'll go with the
victory,
Harpane.
I'd
It's fun to play with every once in a while. Okay, so system patrol, we got this. Says here, so we'll do this one. I haven't done this one. I may have years ago, but I don't remember. Anyways, it gives us a little extra rewards to play with. I think it's going to be XP or something like that we get. And it also rewards us with a very long load time. Come on. This ship here is the one that's during the winter event that's running now. This one here is in a gamble box. The lock boxes are gamble boxes in this. Okay, so eliminate enemies. Oh, what the heck is this?
Warning, ship is under attack.
Once 5 enemy forces, I bet you it's going to be these 3 ships count as one. Yeah, I figured that was it. Okay. If I'd known it was going to be this long, I would have waited until I had the escort ship, so I can take these out quick. Yeah, I've never done this patrol before, ever. Out of the years I've played this game. What exactly does this thing do? Okay, so it should have debuffed the enemy. It's a slight advantage. Just in case this gives some dilithium. Curious what it gives. And we're done. Yep, it gave me the stuff. Don't know why it would pop that up while you're in the middle of doing something. I hate it when games do that. Okay, so now we turn this in. Yeah, expertise and experience points. That's pretty much all it gave us, but it wasn't too bad. It was a nice change from the usual work, and we did get a couple of things. I think we got 2 or 3 things. Maybe not. Okay, so anyways, that can be sold. Critical component. That's one of them for healing your ship if if your ship gets blown up in combat. Mine weapon damage, don't need that. Starship stealth is pointless in this game. Hull regeneration, that's not going to help us any. Resistance rating versus duration of system offline, that's pointless in this game. When I say in the game, I mean for the entire game. Some of these things are just not even worth having. I don't know why the developers don't go through and sort this stuff out and get rid of the stuff you don't really need. Okay, one last one.
You've done well.
Yes, I know. Transwarp. Right through a star. Perfect. You gotta love the transwarp and warp animations in this game. Okay, so I gotta report to the Admiral at Earth Space Dock. Now, do not confuse Earth Space Dock with Starfleet Academy. Starfleet Academy is where you beam down to the planet, to Earth. There's only a very, very small map on Earth, and that would be the Starfleet Academy. I wish that they would do a map on Earth where you can actually see like a city from Earth besides just the very little bit that you can see from Starfleet Academy. But anyways, we'll go around here. The Admiral's office is back here. And right there he is. No, okay, hold on, who is this guy? It says to report to Admiral Quinn at Earth Space Dock. This is Admiral Quinn. There we go.
You've
Galaxy
done
at Large.
excellent. You'll find
There we go. Didn't need all the other crap. Alright, so now we go back to episodes. These are all done. As you can see, these all say replay. So now we'll go to the Romulan Mystery.
Pick up Damar Khan on Starbase 114 and bring him to Starbase 39 Sierra. Starbase 114 is located in the Celis system in the Beta Quadrant.
Wait, what?
Pick up Damar Khan on Starbase 114 and bring him to Starbase 39 Sierra. Starbase 114 is located in the Celis system in the Beta Quadrant.
Sol system. It's Earth Space Dock. Okay. Apparently it's Starbase 114. Alright, so to do that we just beam up. We don't have to go use a transwarp or anything like that. If you use a transwarp, it's going to take you to sector space, and I think we can just do it from here without having to go into sector space. I think you actually have to go in here to get it. Yeah. Beam him up.
Hello. Admiral Quinn told me that you would be available to packed and ready. Goodbye. In a word, the Remans. Goodbye.
Okay, I guess we got him. Okay, so now we will do this.
The Romulans were once a passionate, vibrant species, but the loss...
Inner Sierra system.
The survivors of the Cataclysm have gathered under the banner of Empress Sela. She has sought out new allies from the Delta Quadrant in an attempt to rebuild the Romulans' former might.
The Romulans wish me
Now,
goodbye.
she seeks revenge for a lost world and a broken people.
And now we can get another bridge officer. This mission's done. Science. Tractor beam 3, viral matrix. Tech pattern. Delta 3. Nah. I'll go with the science, even though I don't need them. Not now. Now, by this point, you'll probably have more bridge officers available than you have slots. It's a possibility. If so, you'll have the option of putting them on active duty or telling them not now. If you tell them not now, usually they appear here in your inventory. If so, you right click on them and then go down to move to candidate roster, and that's going to put them in your candidate roster, which will be here. I've got 2 of them in there. Sometimes the auto puts them in, other times it puts them in your inventory. Don't ask me why it puts them in your inventory. I have no idea. Okay. Upgrade. Upgrade. That is the base one that they come with, so discard it. Alright, let's see. Upgrade. And upgrade. Okay. So now all of their weapons have been upgraded. I only have 2 of them who need upgraded shields. And they all have armor. Alright. So we're moving along pretty good with that. Okie dokie. So now we will go to event. Nope. Sorry. Go to here. Romulan.
You may have heard
next
about
mission.
the tragedy at Khitomer. Empress Sela attempted to disrupt the conference with a I have new missions for you.
Well, good for you. I have new missions for you. Get a little bit more water.
Greetings.
Let me actually check today. Nope. Alright. If I remember correctly, I might be getting attacked soon. Usually what happens. Nope, had to be now. Okay. I can only take 2 bridge officers with me. Might as well take the tactical since they are the best armed and shielded. Talk to Sela.
The rest of
Follow him to the conference. Yeah, I remember this one. Okay, conference. Talk. None of the talking here actually does anything except just explain the story. But you have to talk to them to advance it. There we go. Okay. Now when...
I apologize.
There we go. Yeah, no, I have to follow him. Basically, he's heading all the way over here.
Franklin Drake, the low.
And now you have to follow him all the way over here. See, I took the lead in following him. Okay, so he distracts the guards so we can go in here. Yay!
The hatch is just a...
The hatch is just up ahead. And we'll use the hatch. Okie dokie. now we come in here. Yeah, let me see. Activate communication channel and security console. Active communication channels. There we go.
I have Hakiv, Empress.
Okay, now. How's it? No, there's going to be a few people in here to destroy. Save this one for last. Actually, it's supposed to go around this way. Alright, let's see. I thought there were people here to kill. Place that bomb, run over here. Place this one. Excuse me, I'll show you why I said to save the other one for last. Okay. Take your duty officers. Easy way of doing this, set a rally point right there. Your duty officers. You set this one. Now this next cinematic scene you cannot skip or it will screw up this mission.
I should have known the Federation would send spies instead of diplomats. And you call us treacherous. No matter. You may have destroyed these weapons, but my fleet is already en route to Vulcan. You cannot stop what has begun. Guards! Capture the intruders!
Oh, there they are. I wonder where they got to. He's supposed to contact me, I believe. Ooh. That there. Or am I supposed to go to him? Doesn't say. Let me check my keybinds. Down past this, it's... Where is it? Nope. Put him. Here it is. Alright. Set rally point. Clear rally point. Shift C. There we go. Shift C. That is what it said, right? Don't tell me the game's messing up again. Okay, is the letter C on anything else? don't believe so. No, so we will come up here. Oh yeah, here it is. Clear all rally points. Clear it, really? Okay, so just hit C. Okay, there we go. Alright, so...
Whatever you did
there it is. Just wondering why I wasn't progressing. Okio dokio. Now... Okay, I wasn't hitting that button, but okay, we destroyed it. Huh. That was interesting.
Thank you for rescuing us.
Oh, that skill the giant attacks in front. I bet you that one has to have a close range for it to work any good. Which, if that's the case, that sucks. Alright, let's see here.
I thought we'd never be free of that blasted field. I'm gonna recommend you get a commendation.
After all this time, my phaser weapons finally proc on something. Proc chance on weapons is pointless in this game now.
I would not have believed anyone capable of this treachery, even Seal.
Ooh, disruptor dual heavy cannon, nice.
I have not. I should.
Warp to Vulcan.
Thanks to the ship's.
How can you fight what you cannot see? Surrender now, and I may give you a merciful death.
Our tachyon detection grid has revealed scout ships attempting to penetrate the perimeter.
are meaningless. Vulcan must pay for its crimes.
Bow guy. I hate them. They can shoot heavy plasma torpedoes that are devastating.
You cannot oppose the will of the Romulan people. We are eternal. All forces, advance and destroy them.
Sela has launched her assault. Science vessels, maintain formation. All other forces converge on the Romulan fleet.
Shoot the torpedo. Shoot the torpedo. Don't. They got the worst aim. Last one. He's gonna hate being the last one.
Reinforcements are en route. Hold the line.
Don't interfere, because I'm still getting shot.
I'll follow your lead.
That hits me, that's gonna hurt. Oh, that's her scimitar. Oh crap. I can't get out of that. My evasive maneuvers is on cooldown. That's the thing while I'm doing. I knew that was gonna hurt. I'm surprised it didn't kill me. Oh, she quote.
You may have won this day.
Yeah, that was quick. I mean, that last part there where I was doing the skinning and stuff. Okay, so report to Starfleet. Let's see. Armor. It's got L3 gen times 2. I can do a shield. Or a plasma sniper rifle. I'm doing pretty good with armor.
I have new missions.
This will let me give a better weapon to my bridge officers. Okay. Ooh. Prototype gravitic modulation impulse engine Mark II, or the regular impulse engines. We'll take a look at it later.
I have new missions for you.
Yes, you have new missions. Thank you. Exothermic induction field. Science officer. That is a good one to use. Why does it say you can't use it? Well, it's not. There we go. Okay, my first kit. This is 7.5 willpower. Yes, I have willpower now. Okay, let's see. Definitely going to be an upgrade mine. They say it didn't pop up the little window. That's because this one was bound to character on pickup. So that's why it didn't pop up the little menu. Are you sure you want to equip this? Okay, let's see. We'll give them that. 22.2, 8.9. Yep. Alright. And for right now, we don't need that because we're about to get a better one. Plasma cannon. Disruptor dual heavies. Look at this, a disruptor tac console. That's plasma, but still. Okay, so plasma projectile weapon damage, don't need that. Plasma mine launcher, not good. Shield generators, these are just items that you can use in duty officer missions or something like that. Duty officer missions we'll cover later. Excuse me. Sorry about all the moving stuff around, but I am a little OCD. I like things to be in specific orders, and some things I just... I'm just dealing with it the best I can. Sorry. Okay, let's see. We are at what level? 9? So we should, in 1, maybe 2 missions, we should be at the next level and can get the next ship. So let's go ahead and head on over to the next mission location. Try and knock it out as soon as we can. Alright, about how long before you go to bed?
I don't know, my stomach felt like...
Okay, okay, I can't edit this out, so... Sorry about that. My brother was let me know he's about to go to bed. He's going to the restroom, but he also may do something else before he goes to bed. He just let me know in advance. Oh, looky there. The boy key. Ah. God, he sneaks around here. As you can see, the tachyon beam isn't stripping shields nearly as good as what it was before. It's still doing it, but pretty soon this tachyon beam 1 is going to be completely useless. Alright, scan the Borg sphere. Destroy the Borg sphere. Okay, activate satellite, which is over there. Okay. Hiding behind nearby asteroid. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. We're gonna have to follow a ship that warps in. We're powering down. Wait for the Romulan ship. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Observe the Romulan ship. Peekaboo. Now we're following them to the system they're going to. As you saw, they warp to the right, we warp straight, so yeah, we're right on their tails. Okay, defeat the station's defenses. much it's just going to push him away. Oh, it actually destroyed him. Usually, all it does is just push him away. Now destroying these tractor beams, because if you're within 5 km of the tractor beam, it can snag you. And with the NPCs, sometimes that reach actually extends far beyond 5 km. So I'm trying to destroy them first. Sorry about that. I was sneezing. Tried to turn away and cover the mic the best I could, sorry. Okay, beam down. Gasco station. Okay, now we want to destroy them. Oh, wait, I got this. What is this? Exothermic radiation, yeah. Okay, we'll put that between them. I forgot about that. Okay, let's get this. Small hypo. Boing, 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 boing. Okie dokie. Nice quick kills, although I think these are working in the opposite direction. So we'll just swap those around. Okay. Talk to the lead scientist. I skipped them. Where are they? In the room. And right there. Okay. Now we can take the turbo lift down. Now if you're playing a Romulan character, you actually end up on this station at another point. Which is actually pretty cool.
Enemy targets on sensors.
Yay for sniper rifle range. Did I kill that first one with just my kit modules? Alright, here we go. Oh, that was it. Okay. Don't shoot them, you interact with them. Like I said, it's been a while since I've done this. Interact with it. Shoot a phaser beam. Destroy it. Why I have to interact with it before shooting the phaser beam, I don't know. Do 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 do. Okie dokie. Ooh, blue item. Beam pistol again. Okay. Unlock cells. I think it's, yeah, it's over here. And beam up. Let's see, I think we might have another fight once we beam up. Whoa, hey, hey buddy, what you doing? Oh crap, I didn't think that through, did I? Oh. Oh, would you stop? Do I have to do it with this? Yep, there it is. Depart system. Sometimes if you don't do it through the dialogue interactions, you have to go back into it, redo part of it, and then leave. So that's why I was checking them.
I have forwarded your mission reports
Okay,
and recovered data to Starfleet intelligence. We now know the Romulans have been researching Borg technology, and they were willing to risk a war with the Federation to advance their goals. There is a 76.77% chance that Starfleet will have to take action against the Romulans. I have new missions for you.
Lieutenant Commander.
Okay, so I am level 10 now, so first thing I'm going to do is go get my ship upgrade. Yay! Enter the Sol system. So we made it level, excuse me, level 10. Yeah, that just looks like that ship has a growth on the front of it. That's the Borg rep system set. It's the Borg deflector. Just makes them look pretty sick. It's like a Mad Max effect type thing. Alright, so first thing I have to run to the shipyard. Okay, so you don't have to go to the Admiral anymore. That's nice. You just have to go to the Admiral just so the Admiral can say, go to the shipyard. Now you just go to the shipyard. Sweet. Alright, so now we are at Lieutenant Commander. We're going to remove the other ships. Okay, so this ship, if you look right here, this is the Starship Requisition token I can use. So I can get the Constitution class, which is basically what the Enterprise was in the original series. But this is the Constitution refit. It's an engineering focused ship. It has a Lieutenant Engineering, Ensign Engineering, Ensign Tactical, and Ensign Science. Has 2 engineering consoles, 1 tech, and 1 science. If you look at his base hull, what is it? 19,500 it looks like, but the base turn rate is 9. Now we look at the escort. It only has 15,000, base turn rate of 17. The higher the turn rate, the faster it turns. But if you look here, you have 2 tac stations, or tactical skills here for the lieutenant. You have 2, I'm getting all mixed up. 2 tactical skills under the lieutenant tac station, 1 under the ensign tac station, 1 ensign engineering, and 1 science. So you've got 2 tactical skills there, 1 here, 1 engineering, and 1 science skill. 2 tac consoles, 1 science console, 1 engineering. Look at the science ship. Now you've got you got about halfway or partway between, no, where is it? No, it's got slightly lower health, that's what it was. It's got slightly lower health than the escort, but it has a higher shield modifier, 1.3, 0.9, and a 1. So it's got you're looking at higher damage for escorts. You're looking at higher hull strength, and then for cruisers, then science has the higher shield strength. But again, you're only getting a lieutenant rank science at the highest. Lieutenant commander is where you really want to be for starting with science. So we're going to stick with the escort. We're going to get that ship. I didn't even pay attention to what the name was. Let me see. Manage ships. We're going to take everything off of this one. Okay, now we come down here and we click Ready Ship. And I'm going to discard these. Not that one. You might want that one. We'll have to compare those. And don't ask me why on earth they did this, but they put a beam array on a ship with a forward-facing build. That is, honestly, that's just dumb. Your beam arrays cannot shoot in front of your ship, so if you have a forward-facing build, don't put beam arrays on the back. Put a turret, or if you're at higher levels when it comes available, put an omnidirectional beam array, and it'll give you better, better response and everything, or better damage output. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we can actually leave this screen and pull up the regular UI for the ship. Alright, so let's start with here. Let me see, better flight speed on the right. Ooh, flight turn rate is better on the right too. So we will stick with that. We got increase to our carrying capacity. I don't know if free-to-play will. I know I did though. I'm playing this like a free-to-play character, but as I mentioned before, in case you missed it, I do have the I just had a brain fart. Oh, what is it called? Lifetime subscription. So I do have slight bit of an advantage there, and I am mixing my energy types. Oh, that's a cannon. I thought that was a turret. Okay. Tactical disruptor and phaser. You shouldn't mix your energy types like this, but I'm going ahead and doing it just to throw a quick build out there. Yeah, we'll throw a cannon on there. I'm just using episode rewards is all I'm doing right now, because at this point it really doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. Let me see, what is this one? That's no value, so we can discard it. Alright, maximum warp factor 5.56, so we have a better one here. Discard. Alright, let me see. Slightly better setup there. We don't need those anymore. We're not going to need that anymore. Actually, let me compare these two. That is 145 plasma. It's 210 phaser, plus I'm already going to have a booster to boost the phaser, so that's actually going to work better. Okay, now, shield emitter, put that back on. All damage resistance, go back on. That one only does specific damage resistance. Okay, we don't need that. 90. Damage shields by 20%. So I get some damage resistance there. Alright, let me see. Aft weapon is the only thing that we really need here. Flying an escort. I'll go ahead and throw a torp on the back. Oh, no, better yet. Throw the harpang on the back just for now. Okay. And biofilter sweep, we'll keep that handy. I might put that on my character. We got another ground weapon. Okay, so plasma damage, expose attack. Everybody else already has weapons, so I'm going to get me a secondary weapon for myself, just so that I can switch from the sniper rifle. Sniper rifles have a slow fire rate, so alright, it also told me that I can now go to the event location. I'll show that in just a little bit. Let me check these items here. Some foods sell for a fortune on the exchange compared to some other things. It's only 3,000. It's only 49. Let me look at what else I put up here. What else was it? Okay, so that should be it. Alright. Sell the stuff that I've got at the bottom of my inventory window. Okay, I guess we need to make our next stop down below. Now, when running cannons and using skills for cannon builds, the bridge officer skills, you have to be just under 9,000. You really have to be a bit careful with how you build your character. I'll explain why in just a moment. So, alright, it's probably going to be easier to take you down there and show. So, when you're doing cannon skills, or beam skills, or torpedo skills, you're going to notice that if you have two copies of the same skill, they have a shared cooldown. So the way it works is, let's say the beam overload skill that we've been using. So if we look at beam overload, for tactical, and we go to beam overload, alright, now it runs for 10 seconds, but I have a 30-second recharge. So we use it for 10 seconds, then for 20 seconds we can't use it. Now you might think we'll just throw 2 copies of the skill on there and you can at least have 20 seconds uptime. Well, that's true to a certain point. When you have this, if you don't have anything that reduces the cooldown of bridge officer abilities, what happens is you run this for whenever you activate this one, it goes on a 30-second cooldown. Then any other copy of beam overload 1, 2, or 3, is going to go on a 15-second cooldown. So you're going to have 5 seconds where you have no beam overload skill before you can activate the next one. And what this does, it keeps you from running it back to back. Now there are starships that have traits where if you get the premium ship, you can have it extend beam overload or beam fire at will or something like that, either from the C-store or lockback ships, something like that. Some of them work for cannon scatter volley, cannon rapid fire, something like that. But here's how this works. If you use beam overload 1, it puts any other copy of beam overload on a 15-second cooldown. It also puts beam fire at will on a 15-second cooldown. So your beam skills are all tied together in shared cooldown. Same thing with your cannon skills. Here's where the problem is with the ship we've got. Beam overload 1 starts as an instant skill, but cannon rapid fire or scatter volley starts as a lieutenant skill. So you can't have 2 copies of it. You can't have a level 1, level 2 with this ship. If we had the next ship up that had the Lieutenant Commander Tactical Station unlocked, then we could run a copy of Cannon Scatter Volley or Rapid Fire 1 here and 2 here. So that's where our little dilemma is here. Well, one option is what we have here. Run Beam Overload 2, Beam Overload 1. So you run one, then 15 seconds after activating it, you can run the second one. Another thing that we can do is we can just take and train her with Cannon Rapid Fire 1 and run a Beam Overload 1. And since we are using both cannons and beams on it, that's actually going to work. So we will run where is the don't ask me why they don't put these in alphabetical order. Alright, so cannon scatter volley instead of rapid fire. Rapid fire takes a single target down faster, but we've already got beam overload for doing that. Move this over here. We've got a copy of beam overload 1, so that's going to help with that. We don't need to worry about that. Let me see, we have to promote her up so that we can train the skill on her. And then we do this. And there we go. Now if you remember, I mentioned earlier in the video that if you're using the Harpang torpedo, none of your torpedo skills are going to work on it. So it's pointless to have a torpedo skill. So what do? Well, at this point, we're going to run TAC Team 1. That's going to help us with our survivability. So, I'll explain that in just a moment. Let me do this. Tag Team 1, Station, Tag Team 1. Okay, so here's what Tag Team 1 does. Let me right click on this one. Okay, it gives you 30-second recharge, so it takes 30 seconds to recharge it. It removes any hostile boarding parties. It removes any debuffs, tactical debuffs for 5 seconds. But here's the key thing. Starship Energy Weapon Training, it's like adding a few more points onto it. It adds 18 points to that for 10 seconds. Projectile Weapon Training, so our energy weapons and torpedoes will do more damage. And it distributes shields automatically for 10 seconds. Now this one will redistribute shields to any shield facing that's taking damage. So that increases our survivability by automatically rerouting our shields. This will help boost our weapons damage and survivability. Then on top of that, we have the emergency power to weapons, which is going to increase our energy to our weapons, which increases our damage plus 10% bonus energy weapon damage. And we're still going to run with Tachyon Beam for now, because we don't have anything better to use at this point. We may run with, we may come back later and get, where is it? Here we go. We may come back later and we may get Science Team 1. Science Team 1 gives a shield regeneration applied to each shield facing. And it removes science debuffs. So we may have to come back and get that, or we may have to get something that like hazard emitters that might heal our hull or something like that. We're going to have to see how things go. But for now, we're set with this. Let's see, we're going to do her, we're going to do Quiz, we're going to do our science, then we're going to do our engineering. That's the order in which they're going to be brought down with us. These are our bridge officers. And yep, looks like we're ready to go. Oh, I forgot. We should have, yep, 4 space traits. So since we're using mostly beams right now, I'm tempted to go ahead and put a point here, but I'm going to hold off on that. We need 5 points to unlock this next section. So we're going to go ahead and put a couple points here because we will be using torpedoes more. So that's a total of 4. Our 5th point, we're going to add our hull capacity just in case our shields do drop. Targeting expertise. This is your accuracy rating, and this one is your defense rating. And over here is electroplasma system flow. This is for your power transfer rate, how fast power transfers from one subsystem to another. So this one, and these two are the main ones we're going to be looking at for this level. Right now, let's go ahead and increase our defensive rating. It's not going to make a huge difference, but every little bit does help. Doing that unlocks this. So our threat control, we're going to use this one, which will reduce our threat generation. That's not going to help any if we're playing solo and we're the only ship on the map. But if you are playing and other NPCs come in, they can sometimes take a lot of the aggro off of you. That's what we're looking for here. Okie dokie. Now, before we go into the next mission, we're going to go into space. And we are going to arrange our skill tray. If we can get the thing to load. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so as you can see, it just throws stuff on there. So here's a good way of doing this. Click on that. It's in the top right of your skill tray. And it pulls us up. Now, first thing we want is whatever is going to buff our energy weapons and other weapons down first, or down on the tray down here. But we're actually going to take things as we find them. So beam overload 1, that's one we want. Cannon scatter volley, we might change that out to rapid fire. We're going to move these down because we'll need more room. Alright, I'm not going to distribute shield power evenly across all, because we're doing a forward facing build. That means our ship will be facing forward most of the time. And most likely we're going to need most shield facings forward. Let me see, emergency power to weapons. That's going to buff our weapons. We want it first. We're going to put evasive maneuvers back here. We don't need to put the hard-paying torpedo there because it's actually back here. Here we go. Reroute shield power forward. We're going to play with that one, see how it does. Sensor scan. We're going to put it probably here for now. Tachyon beam goes back here. And then TAC Team 1. So we have energy weapon and damage buff. The damage buff and redistribute shields. And then our skills that buff our cannons and beams. The hard-paying torpedo is on the back of the ship. So all we have to do is turn around and pop them with the torpedo on the back. And again, we're going to run with the TAC focus with our subsystem powers, and secondary will be engines. If we find that we are having trouble with survivability, we will drop some power out of engines and put it into weapons. But look how the ship turns. It turns a good bit faster than what the previous one did. So this is why it's good to run a tank build on this ship. Or forward-facing build, I mean, on this ship. Okay, so... oh, I know what that is. Okay. That actually needs to be moved over. Probably about there. Alright, so let's go ahead, before we run into the station, get our next mission up.
To Caleb, I have new missions for you.
Oh, we're gonna warp third part of the station. There we go.
On a remote world, scientists are adapting Borg technology to suit their... Caught in an impossible situation, fights to survive. But help may not arrive in time. Who will heed their desperate call? In their anguish, the Romulans could cause a greater tragedy than even they imagine.
Power difference. That is doing 51. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna put this here and go ahead and throw that torp on the back just in case we need it. I'd really, really like to have a turret on the back, but we're gonna see how this does. Okay. Ooh. Look at that. think this mission is going to have to be the last one I do tonight. Let's see.
Jolan, yes, a number.
Jolan True. Each one's given their own side of the story. And then she's going to tell me to go around to the back. Talk to the guy back there. Who's the survivor, apparently. He's going to say, Tal Shiar are bad people. And Tal Shiar is going to be like, nuh-uh. He's going to be like, uh-huh. Okay, beam up. And go to Veronat system. On screen, yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you. I was thinking that was something else. Okay. On to Veronat. If you play through the Romulan story arc, you'll understand what a lot of this is, the Veronat and everything, and what happened to them and all. On the Fed side, you're just basically playing catch up as you try to investigate. And you don't get the full story. So if you are interested in the story and you're playing through Fed, you want to get like more in depth, see firsthand what happens, I'd suggest playing as a Romulan character. The Romulan and the Jem'Hadar characters you can play as are both half factions. They're not full factions, which means you only play up to one point. After that, you have to pick to choose to either align with the Federation or align with the Klingons. But they are a half faction. However, the story arc for the Romulans, I think, is a really, really good story arc. In fact, theirs is better than the one for the Jem'Hadar, in my opinion. But if you're a fan of DS9, then you'll probably like the Jem'Hadar one better. Oh my goodness, this ship takes forever to get anywhere. It's going to be another long load screen. Oh my goodness. Come on, draw faster. Every time I see these long load screens, I think of the Flintstones, and there's some kind of creature inside my computer trying to, you know, draw all this stuff out. Okay, so here we go. Alright, let's see. It's back here. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, in the winter event, there are snow boots that you can get, like ice boots that let you run really, really fast. It makes this so much quicker.
Citizen, when the top...
Sorry, bumped the mic again. You'll notice that in the game, starting out, it's pretty easy to do the ground combat. It's not until later on that ground combat actually starts to lag behind, kind of, and that ground combat becomes easier than, or space combat becomes easier than ground. It kind of gets a little trade-off at one point. But like now, it's quicker and easier to kill enemies in ground, but later on, you'll find that using just low-level episode rewards like we're doing, it's gonna be easier to do space later.
Glad to have you here. Let's get to New Romulus.
Yeah, buddy. New Romulus. Try to line up so it worked out the way they did. The direction they would. If they actually show up. They weren't even warping out.
We are grateful beyond. Glad you could join us. Concentrate fire on their command ship.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, figure out what happened. Okay, so let's try to switch these back. Let's see if that does make a difference. see. If we take that, push it out for a torpedo head. Come on. Push up the torpedo head. And then put that in place around that. Let's see how that's going to be. Recording, not streaming. Yeah, I'm still doing it. This is going to be my last mission. Oh, great. Right in front of me. Yeah, he's gonna hate being the last one. I died twice already, Johnny. Johnny is my brother. Okay.
On behalf...
And there we go. Just in time. He just came in here to go to bed. So we are now finished for this video. I do thank everyone who watches the video.
The Romulan Republic extends their sincere gratitude for your assistance in saving their homeworld. We now know the race you encountered there is called
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
Okay, now we can go and get our duty officers. Let's see, another bridge officer. Time beam 3 is not a good one. Aero matrix 3, tractor beam 3. Minus disbursement. Well, none of these are good. We'll go with the science one again. Tell her not now. then... Okay. You know, I ain't plotting a course all the way back. I ain't flying all the way back there. It's gonna take forever. We're just gonna go ahead and beam down to the Earth, or the Starfleet Academy. We're gonna grab this and then head over to the event map, start duty officer missions, and then we're done. So, Starfleet Academy, beam down. I'm not going to bother getting the duty officer assignments down here yet, so we can go ahead and cut this off quickly, since my brother is trying to go to sleep.
Do it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, he said go for it. So, let me see where we're at. We're over here. We'll go to the Vulcan, who is her. We give it the cultural exchange. That's going to give us free duty officers. Then we run back to find her easily. See the middle tower right there, that spire? What you do is you run to this tree. It's near the spire. She's at the bottom, towards the bottom of the symbol. Then from here, you run over there. That's an easy way of finding her location. If you line up the tree with the spire, she's to the right in that direction. Alright, the next is going to be behind this building. The guy we need to talk to is going to be in there, but there's two others we can talk to back here to get duty officers from them. These missions do take a while to complete. We'll talk with the Andorian Cultural Exchange, and 20 hours for it. So we'll do that one. Then we will talk to the Tellarite Cultural Exchange. We'll do that mission. These missions do not cost you anything to do. The ones you get from talking with them do not cost. It just gives you free duty officers. It just has a cooldown on the mission. Alright, if you come in here, I think you can still talk to him. The one we need to talk to is the cat person who is on the other side. He's going to give us a handful of duty officers real quick. So we grab those. Now we're going to talk to the personnel officer. Here's when you have to pay attention. Submit request for personnel, click on that. General recruitment. If you look, it requires 1,000 dilithium. Don't do that one. Go to tactical. Do that one. Engineering. Do that one. Science. And civil. Those are the free ones. Request R&D assistance also requires dilithium, 1,000 dilithium, but don't do that one either. It's not worth doing those unless you're just hardcore into crafting and stuff like that. Let's double check, make sure we refine our dilithium. Okay, now we can do duty officer missions. We have 7 of them in progress. Personnel. Any of them that require dilithium or EC, I don't even bother with. So what we're going to do now is we're going to click here. Then we're going to go to the event tab. Then we're going to transwarp to the event. This is going to be the winter event. The reason we're coming here is because the race that you can do to win this ship you see here, well, that was in that picture, has to be done here. There's other things you can do instead of the race, but one of the reasons we waited until we got duty officers is because there's a tab here for current map. And as you can see, there are a lot of things here that you can assign duty officers to that give you rewards for the winter event. Now, why is this important? Well, the reason this is important is because there are items you can buy from the event store. Go to the winter event store and it requires these things. Some of these things that you can get. One of the things that you can get here, let me see, is the frosted boots. These are snow boots I was talking about. You can get it for free just by coming in and queuing up these duty officer missions that I just showed you. Some of the rewards will be some of the items that you will need to complete that. So if you collect enough of these, you can collect, or you can get the frost boots, and you never have to buy any of these items off the exchange. Usually around winter time, people put these on the exchange for ridiculously large amounts. I have almost 6 hours left before I can do the race again, but to do the race, if you look, there's a mini version of Q right here on the table. Larger version of Q here. If you run back behind the larger version of Q, you can queue up for the race. I can run the race now and turn it in, but it's not going to give me any more progress towards completing it until this timer counts down. So that's it for this video. I hope everyone enjoyed it. If you have any questions or anything, please feel free, leave them in the comments, any questions or suggestions, and I will see everyone later. Bye bye.